Hey, what's up, Dave? Hey, what'd you think of Crow Country, man? I saw you were playing it. What's up, Salt? Was a lot. Yeah, I told you it was good, dude. It's a really good game, especially for the cost. It's such a cheap game, you know? Yeah, it definitely needed to be like, if they wanted it to be a full game, it definitely needed to be a couple hours longer at a minimum, but that's alright. I can't fault him too much for that. It was a good solid length, you know? Yeah, for sure. Like, if you know what you're doing in like RE2 OG, you can definitely beat all scenarios in like 4 hours. So that's just kind of how those games are once you know where to go and what to do. OG RE blind is like 6 hours. I'm about to sneeze. Yeah, I'm still so fucking. It's so fucking dumb that I thought that RE2 and 3 were already out on GOG, and so I'm sitting there for like an hour on stream being like, why won't they download? And then it turns out that they're not fucking out yet, dumbass. God. So bad, dude. So stupid. But, you know, this is what happens when you don't read gaming news. You just like see what other people post about, because I could have sworn I saw several people being like, the whole trilogy's out. Like, why wouldn't they just do that? These games are fucking 25 and close to 30 years old. Like, why wouldn't they just do that? I think they are all 25 years old. And RE3 just became 25 years old this year. So I just figured, must be out. I'll tell you guys what I'm down to play tonight, though, is RE7 Madhouse. I wanted to check something, though. I'm also going to, if I don't have it installed, okay, I do have it installed, so I'm going to install just a couple really quick extensions on Google Chrome, and that's going to be my stream browser. I don't think I have ever, okay, I've used this for like 10 tabs in the entire history of me owning it, so I'm going to go ahead and delete all browser data, and this is going to be my stream browser. When I just want to fucking bring a browser up and look at something on stream, I'm going to use Chrome because it doesn't have any leakable information loaded onto it. So I figure that should be a smarter use of a browser. So let me go ahead and pin that shit to the taskbar. I can also unpin Clive Barker's Jericho because I highly doubt I will be playing that game anytime soon. But Google Chrome. Okay, pin that shit. There we go. So yeah, from here on out, anytime I need a stream browser, it'll be that. So Edge is my YouTube upload browser for the stream VODs. Firefox is my primary browser that I don't touch on stream, and Chrome is the browser that I only use on stream. So I'm using all three of, well, like the big three. Because I'm so fucking tired of sitting here being like, am I going to leak something? Am I going to leak something? Like, God, just fucking stop, dude. Appearance. Customize fonts. Oh shit. Well, it looks like you can't, yeah, I'll just leave it in dark mode all the time. I would never want it to not be dark mode anyway. Chrome, and Firefox, pretty much. We gotta get some unsettling scenery? What do you mean? Throw Opera in there and it would be Chrome, and Firefox? Yeah, because aren't they all built on the Chrome Foundation? For NF? What do you mean? What is NF? Oh, Nightmare Fuel, some unsettling scenery. Well, you're looking at it already, so. I got... Dude, I was kind of pissed off, I'm not gonna lie. The trucks that I wanted were out of stock, so I had to go back to Ace trucks. But I ended up picking them up. I got these trucks here. Ace, well, they're actually Ace 44s, so they're slightly longer than these, but these look pretty fucking sick. So these will be here tomorrow along with some new shoes, and I'm going for the fucking longest skate session I've probably done since I was like, I don't know, 19 or 20. But yeah, no, we're not going to let anything hijack the stream tonight, dude. We're just going to play it out. Hey, fucking shout outs to Adipie. This dude, Adipie, I, like 4 months ago, had a stream where I said, man, I wish I could get the Raiden skin in Fortnite, because that's like the only skin in the entire game I give a fuck about, Raiden from MGS2. This motherfucker tags me at like 8 in the morning, and it's like, bro, Raiden's in the item shop until tomorrow, pick him up. I mean, seriously, what a guy. I gave him VIP because of that. I gave that motherfucker VIP because of that. Because the fact that he even remembered to tell me, because there's no way in fucking hell I would have remembered. And I would have ended up checking like a couple days later and been just punch a fucking hole in the wall, dude. By the way, for the first time in ages, I'm actually drinking full caffeine coffee. I picked up 2 of these this morning and I never got around to the second one. I've been drinking half cap for months. Whoa, that is strong. Holy shit. And I just asked him 2 large black coffees. That's it. Am I feeling it? What do you mean? Apparently light roast has more caffeine than dark roast. Kind of. The only thing that I mainly notice is that it gives you kind of more of a boost, but later on you do crash a little bit, so you want to make sure you don't drink too much. What's up, Malum? Dude, I cannot wait until we get the rest of Moda's sub badges, because we've got to get these tiny little pissant radios upgraded. They're so fucking tiny, dude. Nobody can see what the hell they are. Apparently the dark roast burns off some of the caffeine during roasting or some shit. Oh, that actually would make sense. Yeah, I heard that. So here's what's so funny. Everybody in America is obsessed with Starbucks, right? So apparently Starbucks purposefully burns their caffeine, and they burn off some of the caffeine during roasting specifically so that they can then artificially add more at the end of the process. So that's great. Well, this is, I don't know what counts as standard, but it just said premium coffee. That's literally it. I drove up and I was like 2 large black coffees. That's all I need. So I don't know what their standard caffeinated coffee is, but it's pretty dark. It's like totally opaque. Dude, Starbucks is dog shit coffee. You know what's weird? Is if you go there and you get coffee, it tastes significantly different than when you buy their bag. So that tells me that they're doing something extra to get you to physically go there. But most of the people that I see drinking Starbucks are not drinking coffee. They're drinking sugar milk. You know, they're going and they're getting their fucking oat milk latte with a shot of pumpkin whip and oat. I don't fucking know, dude. It's just a mocha bullshit. You know what I mean? They're going there and they're getting something that's like 95% shit ton of milk and sugar, and then a little half teaspoon of espresso somewhere in that mix, but it's mostly just oil, grease, and then some bullshit oat mocha pumpkin. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, it's not a place that you would just go and get a coffee anyway, unless you just got it like that or enjoy wasting money. It just tastes so fucking burned, dude. It's like somebody took a blowtorch to my coffee, you know? You can taste like this acrid flavor to it. I'm not a fan. Eat oat milk, and dude, I'm not kidding. I see these girls, and I know the whole meme about like basic white girls or whatever, but I see these girls that are like doing photography or whatever, posting on Instagram that, oh, I have espresso with a double shot of pumpkin cream and with oat, and the base of it is like oat milk, and then they're just like swishing around the ice. Like they just have an obsession with swishing around the ice in those cups. Like, damn, dude. Most of that really is all the same. And coffee snobs are hilarious. It's like, dude, I just think of that shit as unleaded fuel. I'm the type of guy to use a 13, and I do, by the way, I use a $13, like just cheapo Walmart coffee pot. Right now I am, because Bridget got them on Black Friday a couple of years ago. She got 2 of them, but in the past I've used like $13 Black & Decker coffee pots. I don't care whatsoever, dude. It's just unleaded fuel for me. That's all I think about it as. I don't need, because I know some people have like the Bun-O-Matic, like cafe, coffee pot, and they'll drink out of that all day. And then some people have like the espresso machine where it like presses down the espresso and you get the fresh brew straight out of it. I don't need all that shit. I just need go to Walmart, spend 10, 15 bucks, clean that shit out and use it. That's all I care. I like tiramisu. I like coffee flavored shit, like coffee crisp. I don't mind coffee by itself, but I don't want to drink it every day. Not for the, oh, I can't handle the caffeine, because caffeine literally doesn't do anything. Yeah. I worked for a guy like that once. I have the caffeine tolerance of like a toddler. So when I drink it, I'm like bouncing off the fucking wall still, even after like 12 or close to 13 years of drinking it. But I worked for a guy who could sit there and chug like Monster Energies and Full Throttles and the darkest turbo roast of coffee and like 5-hour energy shots all day and felt absolutely nothing. So it all just depends on your tolerance to it. Because some people, they really don't get shit out of it. What do we play tonight, guys? Because I'm kind of feeling like some Madhouse. Not gonna lie. Last time we played Madhouse, it kind of kicked my ass. I think I died twice on the boat as Mia. And, not gonna lie, that was shameful. It really was. It was fucking shameful. Three or 4 monsters, 1 or 2 caffeine pills. Didn't really notice much. Not why, yeah. It all just depends on your tolerance. Yeah, that does sound very dangerous, though. Probably shouldn't be drinking that much caffeine. Yes, I do. I get them if I don't drink caffeine for like 18 hours. I start to get a mild headache. It's nothing too bad. It's mainly like behind the eyes, Dude, I was watching a few clips from the Metallica documentary, Some Kind of Monster, earlier. That shit is still so funny. There's literally, if you search on YouTube, Some Kind of Monster, awful drumming. Here, I'll show. Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and switch to Google Chrome. I'll sign into YouTube on Chrome because I don't care whether or not that leaks. But everything else on Google Chrome is completely bare bones. Stop fucking asking me to set it as the default, you bitch. I'll make YouTube my home page. And I'll sign in here, but that's all I'm doing. Oh, that's not right. Don't you guys hate when you always forget your goddamn password every 2 seconds? Which apparently I've done on my YouTube account. Oh, that's great. Let's do try another way. Use my passkey. Scan the QR code? Okay, let me scan my QR code here. Oh, that's cool. You can just use Face ID to sign in. Okay, that's my primary account. Sweet. Anyways, show notifications. Nah, don't show me notifications, bitch. But yeah, some kind of monster awful drumming. If you Google this, or you YouTube it, I should say. I did have a prescription for ADHD meds, like 20 milligrams from their highest personable dosage. It was like extended release, and I was still drinking a bunch of caffeine. You might have been reversing the effects by drinking that much caffeine. I am in GL. Because if you're drinking that much caffeine, I bet that the medicine probably wasn't able to do much. Although I do think, and listen, I'm not a medical professional, so don't listen too much to what I say, but in my personal opinion, because I got diagnosed with it too, and I know for a fact I don't have it, I think ADD and ADHD is very overdiagnosed. They think that if an energetic child is in a classroom and they can't sit still for 8 hours straight, then that means they have some kind of disorder. No, I don't think so. They tried to diagnose me with that shit and give me like Ritalin and all that, and my dad was like, you don't have ADHD. He's like, you're a very inactive kid. You don't have it. You're just somebody that doesn't like to sit still in school. And he was right. I sure as fuck do not have it. So they tried to get me on Ritalin or whatever the fuck it is. I forget if it's Ritalin or Adderall. But I did not need that shit. I don't have it. The medicine was also a stimulant. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to change my browser capture to Chrome. So officially, this is the new stream browser. No leaking. I finally figured out how to not leak my shit. So, if anybody hasn't seen this documentary, it's fucking hilarious. So I believe it was shot starting in 2001. And basically what happened was Metallica had gone through another lineup change. This guy named Jason Newsted had left the band. He was their bassist from like 1986 to 2001 or something. He left the band. And there's a very famous clip in the movie of Lars screaming, he fucking left the band. But this was when they were recording arguably their worst album called Saint Anger. And it was about like, oh, they're going through rehab and they're trying to like figure out how to work with each other again. And they're trying to make this album. And there's just some parts in here that are so fucking funny because they just keep picking at each other all the time. Like just going in on each other because they just want to be as passive aggressive and insulting as possible. And this is one of the funniest parts. The only reason why Metallica exists is because Lars' dad is rich. Yeah. And he was able to like book them a whole bunch of shows. I mean, hey, they wrote some fucking awesome albums. I think their first 3 albums are excellent. Actually, their first 4. But yeah. Actually, wasn't the original name of their band supposed to be Metal Up Your Ass? Or was that supposed to be the name of their first album? I don't know. Anyway, this shit is fucking hilarious. Basically, with this album, they were trying to get onto like the new metal trend that was going on at the time. So they made a rule of like no guitar solos, and it's mainly just going to be riffs and like bridge sections. And yeah, he can't hear that they're trying to talk to him, so he just keeps fucking playing away, and they're about to explode because he can't fucking hear them. And then right after this, Lars just decides, I'm going to play the worst drums of all time.
Yes.
Kirk.
James is trying to talk to you.
Sorry, man. Yeah, it's a bit stock. Check it out, guys.
It's so shit.
I don't know how you feel. I'm in a shit mood, and
I don't even know what to
I'm not digging it right now.
Even last night, I gotta tell you, everybody kind of looked, I hate to tell you, looked pretty burnt.
I agree.
I mean, if we don't start earlier and end earlier, I'm not gonna be in a good mood for the rest of the shit, you know?
He's playing the fucking drums way off beat, and it sounds like garbage, and he knows it. And later on, he says, it's because the guitar sounded so stock that I wanted to shake things up and sound unique. Like, it's just, dude, they're like professionals at getting each other pissed off. Oh, it's so shit.
That was totally weird for me.
You hear that, Bob?
Why don't you try getting a more solid beat?
Regular?
Oh, well, you can call it regular.
You call it regular.
No, I'm trying not to call it regular, because I know it bugs you when I call it regular. So a little more solid then.
Dude, they just constantly fucking take shots at each other. Imagine having to work with somebody like this at this time. Like Lars or him. Ugh.
Maybe we should talk about next week.
Well, all next week is therapy.
Yeah.
Do we have to do that? Can we sack Phil?
I mean, we gotta find a balance to not, you know, the Phil stuff's important, and I hope we all feel that that's an investment in the music. It's an important part of the record.
And now he's just purposefully trying to piss them off by playing as offbeat as possible.
Just real confusing sound.
It's just jacking the vocals all up. I mean, it's clever and everything, but I mean, I don't see what it does to it.
I think that's how you hear it, dude. I mean, that's fine.
He's like, I think it just jacking the vocals all up, dude. It just sounds bad. And he's like, well, that's how you hear it, and that's fine.
I'm just trying to do something different.
I mean, I'm used to having the drummer do the beat part. You know what I mean? Holding it together.
What I'm hearing is, choose my words carefully here.
Anytime I've heard someone say to me, I need to choose my words carefully here, they usually mean they're going to word what they're about to say intentionally to piss me off as much as possible. And that's exactly what he does here.
It's pretty straightforward. You know, the guitar shit, it's a little stock. So I started trying to introduce some kind of edge to it from the drums.
Those things we throw out to each other are complete bullshit. You know? It sounds too stock. It sounds too normal to me. I mean, you know what I mean? You're saying this shit so you can get your point across about doing a drum beat. I mean, you know, it doesn't hold any water.
To you.
It doesn't.
I think it's fucking stock. Which part of that is unclear to you? I think it sounds stock to my ears. I mean, you want me to write it down? I think it feels stock, okay? So I...
No, when you say...
Yeah, please write it down. I can't hear you.
You're telling me what to play right now. You're telling me you should play with what Kirk's doing, and I'm telling you it's stock.
Dude, fine.
You know what, guys? Why don't we just go in there and just hammer it out, all right? Instead of hammering on each other.
Yeah, I feel bad for Kirk in this instance because he was literally like a kid having to sit there watching his mom and dad fight every fucking day. And throughout this whole documentary, he's just sitting there like, guys, can we please stop? I just want to record music. And they're just going at each other's throats all day, every day. Exactly. Tell me how to make it less fucking stock. Help me write something instead of just saying, that sounds like shit. I'm going to play like shit in tune. You know, I'm just going to play a shitty drum beat that nobody in their right mind would ever want to listen to.
I mean, we're in shit moods and we're not going to get anything
All you want
done
to do is
here
pick a
today.
fucking fight, and
I don't want to pick a fight.
This is so silly. You're just sitting there going, I'm in a really pissy mood, and
I fucking told you straight up that I was.
right.
And what are you trying to do?
I'm not trying to do fucking shit. You're just sitting there being a complete dick.
You're really helping matters. You're really good at that. I was straight up with you and I told you I'm in a shit mood, and what have you been doing? Fucking picking at me all night.
Come on, guys. We got better things to do. All right?
Yeah, I do. I do.
Dude, he fucking slams this door too. Yeah, this whole documentary is so fucking funny, dude. But I will say one cool thing about it is they did bass auditions here because they needed a new bassist. And anybody that knows Metallica knows that they ended up getting Rob Trujillo. What's up, Hot Sauce? They ended up getting Rob Trujillo from Ozzy Osbourne's band at the time, but in the past he had played for Suicidal Tendencies and Infectious Grooves. Great fucking bassist, and it was like the perfect time to pick him up. That's like the best part of the documentary. Oh yeah, it was a super nice studio. No, there's other arguments that were way louder than that. Like there's one where they just keep fucking swearing at each other at a table while Lars sits crisscrossed on top of it.
I guess the part that gets me is,
Oh, the slamming door. Yeah, it's a fucking really nice door.
I felt like it was an agreement. We're gonna work from 12 to 4, and then we would not work.
By the way, this dude here, they actually hired a therapist because they were that close to like breaking up. They had to hire a fucking therapist to basically sit there and hold their hand through every conversation. That's how fucked up stuff was at this time.
The 12 to 4 was a schedule that we came up, but it was based on you.
It's based on us.
I know. It's
See, I
based
don't
on
want it based on me. If it's based on me, I don't want it.
What does that mean?
It means we should all agree upon it and stick to that. That's all. Then why have an agreement? I mean, if it's a project that we're all working on collectively.
Dude, Dave Mustaine will not stop talking about getting kicked out of Metallica to this goddamn day, despite being in a metal band that is incredibly successful. Like to such legendary degree, but he will still not get over the fact that they kicked him out in like 1982, for God's sake. Like, dude, move the fuck on. Holy shit.
Collectively, and when I leave, work is done on it. That part bothers me.
You know, is the only way of avoiding that is agreeing with you. And that's just, that's what I can't get my head around. If we all just sit there, of course, James, you throw the rule out, we all just blindly agree to it. Okay, 401, you're out the door, everybody's happy. But it's just not that fucking simple. I gotta tell you, dude, it's pretty difficult to respect a 4 o'clock thing when you show up at 12:25 and he shows up at 12:35. It starts right there, okay? And it's sort of, I don't know, it just becomes difficult, you know, when it's not a two-way thing.
No, for sure, but like he's still, like anytime he's interviewed about it, he has like even more to say. It's as if it's as if Dave Mustaine's entire life is spent thinking about what he can say the next time someone asks him that question, and just keep adding more and more and more to the story. It's wild, dude. He's the fucking lead singer of Megadeth, which is one of the most successful metal acts of all fucking time. He's got to just embrace that and stop talking about Metallica.
You know, you didn't apologize when you came in. You didn't say anything. You just came, you showed up at 12:25. You say, hey, sorry I'm late.
Yeah, imagine being a professional musician. Lars looks like he'd be friends with Bam Margera. I will not be taking questions at this time. Yeah. Bitter they never overtook Metallica. Probably, yeah. Because here's one thing Dave alleges, that most of the riffs on Ride the Lightning and Master of Puppets were actually his riffs. So he alleges that they essentially stole his music for those two albums, which I think sales-wise, those are their two most popular albums, maybe. I know Injustice for All is up there, but I'm pretty sure Ride the Lightning is number 2 and Master of Puppets is number 1. Dave Mustaine says that they stole his riffs for those albums. So I don't know how true that is, but...
Yeah, that's so funny coming from you.
Yeah.
It really is. But thanks.
Yeah, that was the Four Horsemen, right? He rewrote a song and called it Mechanics. Yeah.
What do you mean? Never heard him say that once in 20 years. What? Sorry I'm late. Probably billions of times you were late.
You guys have issues. That you guys have a long list of issues that you guys need to go through. It seems to me like there's a lot of history that you guys need to work out.
Wow, Kirk. Kirk the diplomat.
You know, I almost feel like a science project right now. You know, it's like I walk out of here and I feel it, you know, oh, so how did it go today with, you know, the project, the guy, you know. I don't like that.
Who's saying that?
I don't know. I'm assuming, and that's another thing that's not good to do. No one's saying that, but I don't know. I get that. I guess that's a fear of mine.
And it's the same with him. He's got issues too. He's not vocal about them like you.
Yeah, dude, what you're talking about, Hot Sauce, so there was a massive lawsuit around this time, like we're talking like 2001 or 2, that Lars basically went all in on this website called Napster, which at the time I think was a similar to like a LimeWire or a Pirate Bay. It was just straight peer-to-peer though. So people would upload music and other people could download it. And that was just pretty much how it worked. So there was like this massive lawsuit, and I believe Metallica ended up winning it. But yeah, back then it operated strictly as like a peer-to-peer download service, and there was a lot of music being shared on there.
He's got a lot he's got to get out. He's got to have your respect. That guy right there. He has to have your respect. Because everything you've gone through, this guy's gone through. And he's gone through too. And to a certain extent, me.
I just think it's so fucking self-absorbed and so selfish. And
Here he goes. Bob Rock, the guy that was just talking there, made a great point that you guys need to respect each other. And here comes Lars throwing another tantrum, just trying to piss him off again.
it's so fucking self-absorbed and so selfish. And the things that I struggle with on that is this complete lack of not only respecting other points of view, sacrificing your own needs for other ways, but also kind of a complete lack of caring about other points of view or caring about what I feel or anybody else in this room feels.
Yeah, such a punchable face right here.
All that type of stuff. And or just a lack of interest in how other people feel. It's not there.
It just comes down to effort and what what you're willing to do. Like put in that same effort, the same effort that you're putting into your sobriety and your family and your wife has to be put into Metallica.
I'm more important than Metallica.
Well, of course you are.
And I'm tired of the other way around happening, that's all.
Why does it have to be either or? Is that the only two options? Is it either Metallica is number one and then everything else is fucked, or I and my family number one and then everything else gets fucked? Is that the only two options that are left? Is it not possible that they can all coexist together in some way, that you and your family and Metallica all get what they all deserve? My family's more important to me than this fucking band, okay? But it doesn't mean I'm not ready to put in 8 12-hour days if that's what it takes right now.
See, that's contradicting to me.
Okay.
Because when you sit here for 8 hours and don't go home, I think, well, he doesn't give a shit about his family.
The heat on the oven is getting turned up to like an 8 right now. Now they're going in on each other's families. Here we go.
Because when you sit here for 8 hours and don't go home, I think, well, he doesn't give a shit about his family. You know, and that's none of my business. So I need to hear that stuff from you too.
You thinking?
I know, 8 hours.
I never feel I get closer to seeing anything clearer.
And
I don't know where this is going. I just wish I had some clarity in my life.
Right.
Okay, it's been
That's
a year and
really-
a half
that's
of
really-
fog, so it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
And when it doesn't
More
seem like it's,
talk.
when it seems like it's not going anywhere, then what's it like to be you?
It's frustrating.
Like, angry, like,
It's just
scared?
frustrating. Okay, I don't know.
Does it always have to have
It's just.
the long range?
you know, I'd like to
Yeah.
This is
understand.
what bugs me about this process, is that every single thought has to be dissected, every emotion. What were you feeling in that instant?
True. Yeah.
I don't know. Right now, it fucking annoys me. Okay? It's been a fucking year and a half of this. And it just doesn't seem like we're getting far.
Is you spend time in a room and you don't really become friends. Well, you become friends on a certain level. But I always put so much work in it. It was really hard for me to actually.
Yeah, so that guy, this dude here, this guy right here, this was the therapist they were paying, and he actually got exploded on when he tried to chime in on the fucking music and make a comment about how the music should reflect their emotions. Lars basically told him to shut the fuck up and get out of the room. Like, you don't touch the music. You're here for your therapy bullshit and you don't touch the music. That's like the most tense part. He's not wrong though. Like, you don't know shit about music, dude. You haven't sold 100 million whatever the fuck albums. You mean a job? I think we all agree that work-life balance is important, but 8-ish hours, 5 days a week is pretty reasonable. Yeah, especially, like a band when they record an album, if you're as big as Metallica, you're not limited by studio time. A lot of times the way that it works is, okay, say for example, you are let's say middle of the road band. Your albums, you got some pretty tepid album sales. They do okay, but they just do enough to kind of get you going on another tour and, maybe get you to record another album, maybe keep you around for a couple more years, but they're not doing super well. What'll happen is the record label will say, okay, you can record in this nice studio, but you have a very, very strict deadline because we've got to make room for bigger bands that do more money. So they'll say, okay, you'll have studio for 6 weeks, and by the end of that 6 weeks, this album needs to be fucking done. All tracks finished, everything finally mixed and sent so that we can start pressing discs and releasing it on, streaming platforms. That's what life is like if you're a small or medium-sized band. When you're Metallica, you have so much pull that you could have I'm pretty sure they do have their own studio that they could spend endless hours in, and they can record an album over years and years and years and years, and nobody's going to say, hey, we need to kick you guys out to get a more important band in here. They have all the fucking time in the world to record their albums. So all this shit about 8-hour days and 12-hour days, it's comical hearing guys that are that privileged in terms of studio time complain about that, Like, other bands would kill to even be able to spend 12 hours a day in the studio. They spend 4 hours in the studio and then they get kicked out to make way for this other band on their label that brings in a bunch more sales. You know what I mean? Like, I was listening to Paul Stanley's audiobook the other day, the lead singer of Kiss, and he talked about how during Kiss's first album, they literally had to wait in the lobby. They had to wait in like dirty, dilapidated lobbies of buildings in New York City just to wait for the studio to open up. Like, they didn't even have studio time. They would have to go in and hope that there was a little bit of time between one band and the other so that they could get in for 20 minutes and try to lay down a guitar track or a bass track. It's tough, dude. It's tough to get studio time. Another producer wanting their fingerprints on someone's art. Yeah. I know, yeah, because he's so privileged, he doesn't understand that, like, working 8 hours a week, or 8 hours a day, 5 times a week, he acts like it's, 16-hour shifts, yeah. I mean, tour life is rough, months on the road, sometimes away from family, that's real, but then you take sometimes years off between, yeah, For sure. And a band of Metallica status, they never have to tour again if they don't want to. Metallica could say tomorrow, we are retiring, full stop. And they will never, their kids and their kids' kids, maybe even 3 generations down the line, will never even have to think about money because of the strength of their first 4 albums on social media, their first 5 albums on streaming platforms, even like up into Death Magnetic. Like those streams will support everybody in the Metallica family for generations to come. So, but they're still touring. Nobody's forcing them to do that, but they're still touring right now. Exactly. They get to sit around, eat whatever they want to eat, casually talk about their feelings, and work on music whenever they feel like it. They do not understand how privileged they were in that situation. And like the whole documentary is like that. It's just Lars and James just fucking going in on each other the whole time while Kirk is sitting there like, guys, can we please just fucking record some music? This is so stupid. Yeah, the Stranger Things. I mean, their music is everywhere. It was the fucking intro of Zombieland. It's in fucking Stranger Things. Dude, you go all over the place in big Hollywood movies and hear Metallica music. All fucking over the place. Like For Whom the Bell Tolls was in Zombieland, and then you got Master of Puppets. Like, it's everywhere. Those songs are just embedded in our culture in America, and they always will be. Once upon a time, Metallica was in that middle band situation with deadlines. It's no wonder the quality is different in early Metallica. Yeah. No. It's like I forget who said this, but like, you try your hardest before you make your first million. And anything you make after you make your first million will usually never be as good. Because that's when you were hungriest. Like, when you were desperate and you would do fucking anything for that contract and you would do anything for an album that sells well, that's usually when you write your best stuff, because that's like when you're pouring absolutely 100% of your life into that shit. And their first 4 albums were kind of like that. You know, every album they had something to prove. And then when the Black Album came out, it's like, this shit sounds like poppy, and Enter Sandman is like it's like light metal, you know? It's like radio friendly. I don't fuck with the Black Album, really. The fact that none of them ever really went on to their own thing kind of tells you something. Not sure what. Maybe they didn't want to, or weren't sure if it would succeed or even destroy them as a bit. Oh yeah, I don't think they work as solo acts. They desperately need all 3 of them as a unit. Like, their bassist could be rotated out just because, you know, that's how they had always done it. And not to say Rob isn't an incredible bassist, he is, but yeah, like, those 3, they could not go off and do their own thing. It would not work. Dave Mustaine was probably the only one of them that could do that. And he did. Anyway, so here's my favorite part of the documentary, which is the bass auditions. Yeah, exactly. He's like, you don't need me? Fine, I'll just go over here and create probably the second most successful metal act of all time. Goodbye. And he fucking did, too. No joke. How do I set this as my homepage, by the way? You would think after all these years of using browsers, I would know how to. Okay, there we go. I fixed it. Anyway, yeah, here's my favorite part of the documentary is when they do bass auditions.
We worked on ourselves, identified. Whoop.
God, he just always walks around. Wait, what? What's going on? What? I have to select a window every single time? Oh my god, dude. Can I not just select Google Chrome?
All right, thinking about bass players finally. So we're gonna need.
By the way, look at this. They have spent 661 days recording this album. This is the type of privilege I'm talking about. You realize other bands are given like 90 days to finish an album? The label is literally like, you get in the studio and you finish this shit in 90 days and you send it to us and you're done. It's either out or you fail. They're able to record an album, one single album, for almost 2 years.
All right, thinking about bass players finally. So we're gonna need a 4th member. You know, we know you're a great bass player. It's the vibe. You know, we need to make sure.
Jason kind of triggered this whole thing.
Damn, this is so old. The fact that Geordie White formerly of Marilyn Manson, was auditioning for Metallica. That's how old this is.
A couple of years ago, and I can't believe it's been 2 years, you know. And then we've gone through some real...
We realized that we kind of wanted somebody who was like our age, somebody who went around the block a couple times.
Right.
We've grown a lot, man. 3 guys in this band.
That's the guy right there. So he ended up getting the job, and he fucking kills this audition too.
And last time, when we did this 14, 15 years ago, 16 years ago, I guess it was, so we literally sat down and started auditioning bass players, you know, the day after the funeral for Cliff. So now it's 16 years later, different circumstances.
When Jason left, he took his basses with him. You want a 4 or 5?
What 5 strings do you have?
This one's 5-string, huh?
I think that we should just spend the next 2.5 hours with this.
Yeah, didn't Tool wait? So their album was like Lateralus in 2006 or whatever, and then they didn't put anything out until 2019. 13 years. That is so goddamn long to wait for an album. Holy shit. I mean, Maynard James Keenan is doing a lot of other stuff though. Like he has his wine company and he's got a clothing brand, I'm pretty sure. Like he's got a lot of other shit that he does.
This guy.
But yeah.
Don't you?
I had a vision of us jamming with him the last hour.
I guess I just feel this just kind of like weird to keep like just doing our own thing. It just feels not welcoming.
This morning I heard him say he was pretty comfortable.
We can say, you know, it's not about what he says. It's about what I feel.
All right.
Are we cool, James?
Yeah. I guess the only other thing I'd like to say is, you know, when we leave this up to just how we're feeling, a lot of it depends on how you're feeling. You know, when you say those things.
Not that I want to break up what you guys are discussing if you want to go deeper, you know. But I think what might be really good is to treat this with respect, go out and do this.
God, they have such a sick setup.
Alan, this stuff?
I could try battery.
Battery? You can play that fast with your fingers?
Yeah!
It's a fucking pretty mighty bass sound you got going there. Yeah, it's like
I don't know. It's the Mesa and the High Watt.
Yes, I'm a big Tool fan. My guy's like, I want to dress like I have a real job. Yeah. Doesn't Maynard go around wearing like a cowboy hat nowadays? Then that's a band that's no longer hungry and more displaced and disassociated on an existential level. I wouldn't be surprised if they had a 50-year gap in between albums and forgot to keep track of time in between. Yeah. Yeah, he really seems, Maynard just seems like he's kind of over Tool at this point. Like he just wants to do other things, and that's fine. He said as much, but yeah. A Perfect Circle is the best outfit I'll associate with Maynard. The N13th Step is a masterpiece. That's it. Yeah. You know what is underrated that people don't talk about enough that Maynard did is help Deftones write their White Pony album. That album is so goddamn good, especially Passenger. Fuck's sake, dude. That was when Maynard was at like his vocal peak. But yeah, he helped them write that album from 2000, White Pony, and it's fucking great album. Anyway, here's the rest of the bass auditions. The rest of the players were like, they're just having such a hard time even keeping up as far as speed, and meanwhile Rob is just playing right there with them. It's so obvious that he was the right guy. Look how bad the rest of them were.
Is there anything else you know as well as that?
That's not even the right notes. What's up, by the way, Salt? Or, what's up, Future? He's the only guy that looks like he's having fun. The rest are trying too hard.
I mean, the three guys that I...
A 4 count, then ba-da-ba-bum, and into the solo right here. Just follow.
No, that was the guy. That was the guy from 9 Inch Nails.
He was the first guy of any of them that didn't look like he was struggling with it.
That's what I told Bob.
But do you know what I mean about like it? You know, some of the other guys it was so
Yeah, so they called him back a second time, played with him some more, and then they're like, yeah, this is the guy. So this is when he actually got the offers, when they made him come back a third time.
Well, the second time he came back, I mean, that was for me when I noticed that you make us play better, man. You make the band sound so much better, so solid.
How do you feel about that, man?
Oh, I feel awesome, man. Chosen way right now.
You looked coolest.
And we want you to be a real member of this band, not just a hired hand.
Right, absolutely.
And
Oh,
we'd like to offer you, basically, to show you how serious we are about this, offer you $1 million to join our band right now.
Jeez.
And as a kind of a good faith thing about how serious we are.
It's an advance. It's an advance on some percentage you're going to be making with the band. Here's money up front to get you kicked in and inspired, and this is a reality. This is my future. This is what life can...
Jesus Christ, man. Imagine joining a band and the first thing they say is, we're going to give you $1 million to join the band. Holy fuck. Doesn't get much better than that. He was in Suicidal Tendencies and Infectious Grooves before them. And also he was Ozzy Osbourne's touring bassist for a while. So he was big. He was a big name. A great pickup. And he's actually still their bassist to this day. Yeah, because look, the rest of the guys were like, they're like looking at the fretboard, like they can't keep up speed-wise, and he's just fucking rocking out right there with them. It's like it was plain as fucking day. He was the only one qualified for the job. And clearly he wanted it. Like, he's still with them now. He's been their bassist for 21 years. He's actually been their longest running bassist. So they weren't fucking kidding, dude. He's not just a hired gun if he's been with them that long. But yeah, I wish someday we could get his full audition. But apparently they play a lot of the faster, heavier songs, and that's what they loved about him. Because they were asking him, what do you know? And he kept saying like Battery and Blackened and, you know, their heaviest, most difficult songs. And they thought that was great because it's like, if this guy can play this, he can play anything. You know, most guys would come in and say For Whom the Bell Tolls because that's an easier song to play. Did you guys know there was also a show where they played with Dave Lombardo from Slayer? It was in 2004. They played one show with Dave Lombardo. I think it was like a download fest or something like that. But basically Lars had like a medical emergency and it was the only show in their history that he's ever missed. And they ended up playing Battery with Dave and like, dude, it's fucking nuts how good he played. Yeah, look at this shit. It's like, this is what a real double bass using drummer can do. Watch this part right here. It sounds like a fucking trigger. Can you imagine if he ever joined their band? It's like, holy fuck, dude. That's the rhythm section they've always wanted right there. And then they had to go back to a guy who, I don't know if Lars even uses double bass. I doubt he does. But yeah, Joey Jordison also played with him this show. That was Dave Lombardo from Slayer playing with him, because they were on tour with Slipknot and Slayer and a few other people. But yeah, no, Lars is not a good drummer. He's not. Yeah, he can't even reach the other pedal, dude. That's so insulting, but it's so true. Lars actually being like 4'11". But yeah, you can see as he starts to play that double bass section, they both start to get into it even more. It's like, holy shit, dude. His double bass actually sounds like triggers. Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where, like, in the context of Metallica, he's a good drummer, but he's very rudimentary in his playing. He's not like a technically advanced drummer. But you hear this argument all the time, and I don't necessarily agree with it, because I don't think Meg White is a good drummer, but she was a great drummer for the White Stripes. You know what I mean? Like, the shit that she wrote was perfect for those songs. It accompanied the songs perfectly, but did it limit Jack White's writing? Yes. He had to essentially simplify what he was writing to make it so that she could play it. But that doesn't mean the songs aren't good or they don't hit. The songs fucking hit really hard, you know? Oh, Danny Carey is a beast. I also love Mike Portnoy. The video, and guys, this VOD is going to get so fucking muted, so I'm sorry about that. But there was a video of Mike Portnoy playing Panic Attack on the Constant Motion DVD in 2005 that I got obsessed with. And then whenever Panic Attack got put into Rock Band 2, that's when I really started to like delve into Dream Theater. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, a lot of people like to shit on you if you're not playing like the most technical stuff, but Meg White did what she had to do, and that's why they were so good. You can argue anything by the Dead Weather. Raconteurs was technically superior, but how many songs of them are iconic? Exactly. You go to a stadium, are you going to hear fucking Steady As She Goes by the Raconteurs, or are you going to hear Seven Nation Army with the world's simplest drum beat that a fucking 6-year-old could play? You're going to hear the latter. So, does it really matter how technical and advanced the drumming was? I don't think so. Anyways, guys, let's play something horror related tonight. I'm actually really in the mood for it. What do we play? You know what? Let's browse the Steam store. I haven't done that in forever. And isn't the summer sale ongoing right now, or did that already end? Borderlands 2 Game of the Year edition. It's about vibes. No, I don't think that's a Gen Z term. I agree with the sentiment. You know, when I listen to, what's that other song by White Stripes that's like, I know Fell in Love with a Girl was like their first hit. There's like The Hardest Button to Button, and I can't remember what the first song they played on the Basement Sessions was, but that one as well. Like, that drumming, literally a toddler could probably learn to play it if the toddler practiced enough. But it doesn't fucking matter, dude. Yeah, how do you do, fellow kids? Dude, I'm 29, for Christ's sake. How old are you? 17. Sorry, a little Shaun of the Dead reference. Anyways, what was I gonna? Oh, yeah. Was it Blue Orchid? I think it was Blue Orchid. Yeah, Blue Orchid. I'm 29, dude. If I was 39, you would see some fucking wrinkles. Yes, it was Blue Orchid. That song has the world's most simple drum beat. Like, there's barely any bass drum in it. It's just mainly crash and snare, like this, the whole time. But it doesn't fucking matter, dude. Do any of us sit here and critique it? No, but it certainly hits. You're 69. Oh, got him. Anyways. Now, if Salt started using terms like phantom tax and skibbity and Riz and Rizzler, then I would probably have to hover my finger over the timeout button. But as long as I don't see those words in the chat, then I believe that Salt's about the same age as me, so. You're 68 and a half. I don't believe you. Let's go to horror. The Sims 4 Love Struck expansion pack for $40. I think Sims 4 might be the game with the single most DLC of all time. And it's all expensive. So stupid. Because you love survival horror, banana and cucumber. Excuse me? How the fuck does that? Please tell me how banana and cucumber is. Well, I guess it is horror. That's not... You act like that's old, though, Hot Sauce. That's not old at all. Hey, what's up, Immortal? I like how Riz and Rizzler are separated. SCP. Oh my god. SCP brings back so many memories, dude. I was reading something the other day that alleged that adolescence extends until you're like 26 nowadays. I know how people always say blank is the new blank, but literally people like psychologists and, you know, sociologists are saying like 26 is the new like 19 or 20. You know, like back in the day, people had a lot more real world experience by that age, and nowadays, you know, being 26 gives you an equivalent real world experience as to what a 19-year-old got in like the early 2000s. Thanks for the alcohol, mister. Yeah, don't back sass me. In the South, they call it sass back, but it's the same thing. The beast inside. Dude, what happened to Lethal Company? This game blew up and then it just disappeared out of nowhere. Much like Helldivers 2. Like, nobody gives a fuck about Helldivers 2 anymore. I'm clearly less mentally mature than you find, folks. That's okay. Games only keep people's attention for so long. Yeah, some of them for sure. You know, I might be alone in saying this, but am I the only person who's absolutely lost as to why the fuck Dead by Daylight is still so popular? I'm sorry, but anytime I watch somebody play that game, it just looks like the hitboxes are fucked up and they get hitching and jittering and the abilities don't work correctly. It's like the game is fundamentally broken. And here's the thing. I'm not going to say the name of the streamer, but I've seen some streamers, multiple actually, on that game that are so negative they talk about cutting themselves while playing. And they're like red in the face, teary-eyed, pissed off, furious. And I'm like, why don't you just turn the fucking game off? Seriously. If you're sitting here on stream talking about self-harm because you're so upset at the game, you need to shut the fucking game off and go do something else. Why do you keep playing? Their streamer games and modern viewers' attention spans are about the size of a squirrel's. True. 59 cents. Celine's Nightmare. Run, Hare, Run. Dude, I love how so many of these are mixed. The reviews are, if you can believe the internet, mixed. You can't take the game that seriously. Look, anything that you're playing in a multiplayer capacity, you can't take it that seriously because A, understand that there's always going to be somebody better than you, unless you are literally the top ranked player in the world, which, hey, there can only be one. There's always going to be somebody better than you. You're going to get worked, and there's no reason to take it very seriously because Dead by Daylight doesn't even have a competitive playlist. It's essentially Overwatch if it only had quick play. That's what Dead by Daylight is. There's no ranked system. Not really. I mean, you can level characters up and killers up and stuff and get perks and whatnot, but there's no like, you know, I mean, there probably is MMR, but there's no like skill ranking system, you know. There's no leaderboard to see who the top ranked whatever is. It's not that type of game. So why do people take it so seriously? It just seems that there's a lot of unnecessary anger, and it seems to be a really, really toxic community. Like, if somebody's playing bad, like, Jesus, man, the shit that they throw out. Like, if somebody's playing bad or they make a bad play, it's just like, God, you fucking goddamn idiot. And just fucking going in on them, you know? It's like in Counter-Strike, if you accidentally walk for 2 steps, they call you like a retard. I'm just saying it. That's what they do in Counter-Strike, okay? You take 2 footsteps instead of walking and hiding your footsteps, and they call you that. Stamp, you're talking logic. These streamers are too used to getting attention from strangers, and those strangers tune in for freakouts. Now, that's true, yes. A lot of people do watch it specifically for that. Watch Silent Hill 2 Remake get a co-op where the labyrinth sequence is a full-on drop-in, drop-out map where you get points for getting the Angela's Abstract Daddy scene the fastest. Yeah. The extra mode that they have is just a battle royale where everybody starts out with different pyramid head variants and fights each other in a PvP scenario. Used to run this PvP group in WoW back in the day, and my group was chill, but God, the PvP guilds on the server were absolute children. LOL, they couldn't take a loss. When we lost, we just laughed it off. Yeah. PH versus PH. Let me show you guys something here. I know it's in here somewhere. It is a WoW PvP clip, but it's like the most angry I've ever heard any human being on a video game before. The most entitled killer streamer in Dead by Daylight, and the thumbnail says, "I'll get your IP address." Oh my God, dude. What the hell is going on here? Here, let me just search YouTube. I know it'll be on there. Dude, I'm pretty sure I've linked it in my Discord before. I don't know why it's so fucking tough to find this thing every single time. Oh, I have another funny clip as well to show. Okay, I think I found it. Yep, I found it. Okay, watch this. Dude, this is so fucking crazy how mad this guy gets. Wait, is this in Chrome? No, it's Firefox. Okay.
Dude, I'm dead, dude. I'm dead. Yeah, cause you're bad! I want Dude, I was cloned into Bash, bro. I was cloned. I didn't want to waste it, man. I didn't
What do
want
you
to
mean
waste
wasted?
it.
It's fucking ink on you awful shit, you're awful. What else did you treat
No,
you
I
awful
mean-
player? I can't even get around to you to sack you.
Oh my god. Listen, it keeps going, by the way.
Oh my god, you're awful. Oh my fucking god, you're fucking so fucking
Dude.
bad. Goku with fucking kill axe and lose every game, you fucking garbage idiot. Only reason you got
Oh
kicked
my
out of
god.
is you did the fucking
Yo,
freeze.
calm down, bro. Calm down, bro.
Oh my
Calm
god, you're
down.
fucking bad. Holy fuck, you're awful.
Dude. What do you want me to do?
You're literally
man?
so bad.
What do you
I told
want me
you
to
to
do?
stay near the fucking.
What? You cut out.
Stay near the pillar, fucktard.
I was near the pillar, though. I
You
was.
went to the boomy. What do you mean?
My god, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That, like... Oh, what's up, Adam? Dude, that diamond looks really good. Fucking shoutouts to Adipie. I said this at the beginning of the stream. I've been waiting for the Raiden skin in Fortnite for months. I don't think I've mentioned it in like 2 months. And this dude came in and was a good Samaritan at like fucking 8 in the morning and was like, hey, Stamp, Raiden's in the item shop. And I said, VIP. Let's go. This dude, the fact that he even thought to remind me was sick. Yeah, so much wasted energy on nothing, exactly. WoW and MMORPG in general have never personally been appealing, but I'm a single player fanboy. My friend, another geriatric millennial, wants me to play Rocket League. Yeah, I've heard Rocket League can be toxic too, but then again, really anything, you know, anything that is competitive can end up being that toxic, so. Let me see. I'm going to go ahead and put this in the stream highlights part of the Discord so you guys can watch it if you want. But yeah, that clip has always stuck out to me. Like, that dude was absolutely, like, his blood pressure was through the fucking roof in that clip. Called him a fucktard. Like, what in the shit is wrong with you, dude? You're this upset over one match being lost in WoW Arena. And I'm not going to lie. When I was playing Counter-Strike, I was in a clan called Team CK. We were called Corrupted Killers with a Z. I was like 14, and we would do tryouts frequently. Now, I'm not going to lie, you guys. I was cracked at the game. When I was 14, I was like absolutely cracked because that's all I did with my time was practice. And I had, you know, just nothing but time on my hands, and I put everything else in my life to the side to play. So I was cracked, but we would do tryouts all the time. And they would just like tell people to kill themselves if they didn't do well enough, or like, you know, you need to uninstall this shit and go hang yourself. Like they said some crazy shit back then, dude. If you weren't good enough, like that's just the environment that I was around back then. And I would always just sit there being like, holy shit. That's what it was like, dude. We're talking like 2007, 2008. Yeah, 2008 on Counter-Strike Source. That's just how people casually talked. Yeah, uninstall or trying to trick people into pressing Alt F4. So dumb, dude. So dumb. Well, we did eventually end up competing in ESEA Open Division. It might have actually been Cal O, Cyber Athlete League Open Division. We went 8-8 in the regular season, and we lost our game, which was like a wild card game to see whether or not you would make the playoffs. We lost. And my God, the toxicity in that vent server after we lost, like everybody was pointing fingers, everybody was blaming each other, everybody was just exploding, and eventually that's kind of the moment where I was like, okay, I'm not playing with these motherfuckers anymore. Everybody in the vent was just screaming like, you fucking idiot. You should know better. You've been playing for fucking years. You know not to fucking do this. And I'm just sat there just being quiet. I'm like, dude, just stop. Gamers back in the day were fucked up. Hell, gamers kind of still are. With CSS, it was even easier because you had to tell someone to hit F10 and it just closes the game. Yeah. Yeah, it's like behind the music. The drugs, girls, and rock and roll lifestyle all stopped after that. And then my face goes negative and you just see me leave the vent server. See, real ones don't know about Ventrilo. All day during summer, I would just sit in a Ventrilo server. It was literally the precursor to Discord. I would just sit in a Discord, I would sit in a Ventrilo server with my teammates all fucking day in the summer. I wouldn't go out, I wouldn't do shit. We would just sit there talking. Yeah, TeamSpeak was good. Mumble was okay. Remember Xfire? When keeping it real goes wrong. I remember Xfire. Tried to be like a tried to be like an alternative to Steam. I'm pretty sure one of my old... Do you guys remember when you could make a Steam community for virtually anything? I'm pretty sure one of my old Steam communities still exists. I would have to look, though. I don't know if they still exist. Xfire, yeah, Xfire was sick. But yeah, Ventrilo, so the way to think about Ventrilo is that it was essentially, it was Discord server with, most servers didn't have text at all. Like some of the fancier ones did, like you could type in just in one general IRC chat, you could talk amongst each other. But for the most part, it was just a voice server that you could join and that was it. So you would pay like $5 a month or whatever for a server. Yeah, it was like Discord if it was only voice. That's basically what Ventrilo was. If you wanted to pay $10 a month for a really fancy Ventrilo server, then it would have chat and emojis and different things. But most people just did the bare basic $5 server. And then that way you could, yeah, that way you could just sit in voice chat all day and push to talk whenever you wanted to talk. I was in Xfire playing some random Initial D inspired MMORPGs called Drift City. Dude, back then I was playing Guns the Duel. I fucking loved that game. Guns the Duel was sick. It was mainly the movement. Like Guns the Duel was like a precursor to Fortnite. Like Fortnite has clunkier movement than Guns. And Guns let you do things like wall run and midair flipping and air dashing. Like Guns was sick, dude. Such a great game. Unfortunately, they botched the sequel, but yeah. Used that back when Fear was new. Yeah. Oh, fucking GameSpy was so bad, dude. GameSpy and Punkbuster were like two of the worst. Guns of a Duel of a Fool of a Toque. Love that one. It was legit just good because you could animation cancel everything. Yeah, like the whole double pump thing that people talk about in Fortnite. Same shit in Guns. One of the first games I ever saw my brother play online was Battle for Middle-earth 2 by EA, and that game probably had the most shit online you would ever see in your life. Just trying to get into a match was probably more difficult than winning one. Because like you would connect to a player and then there's like a pre-game lobby, and 9 out of 10 times you would just disconnect because the server was so shit. Like, online games were jank as hell back then. They really fucking were. They were a waste of fucking time. PlanetSide 2. I remember that. Wasn't there also, what about Guild Wars? I remember some of my friends being absolutely obsessed with Guild Wars 2 for a while. Oh, Left 4 Dead. Dude. Like, release week, Left 4 Dead hot sauce is like one of my fondest memories of PC gaming, because all my Counter-Strike friends were on it. And I knew this guy, and I want to shout him out. His name was Gator Fan, obviously from Florida. But I was in a community with him called Noob Galore, and I was kind of like, you know, the protege, and he taught me a lot about the game, like how to aim and how to strafe and stuff. So I was good friends with him. And it was release week of Left 4 Dead. And I remember I was like begging my dad to let me buy it, and he wouldn't. And he's like, you need to wait. Like, you need to learn some patience. And then I was like telling Gator Fan about it. And then 10 minutes later, I get a ding, a notification that said, you've been gifted Left 4 Dead by Gator Fan. I was like, dude, you are fucking insane. He was such a nice guy. He took a squeaker like me, showed me how to play the game, and bought me Left 4 Dead. He doesn't know he doesn't know who the fuck I am because I go by a different name nowadays. But Gator Fan, good dude. So yeah, whenever I got that, of course, dude, it was like 8 hours a day for the first 2 weeks, like non-fucking stop. And of course, my favorite scenario was No Mercy. Still to this day, I think No Mercy is the best one. I played Guild Wars 2, but only PvP'd in it. I didn't play any of the PvE stuff at all. Like, you can level your character in the PvP mode, and legit went all the way to level cap, only ever doing that. Obviously from Florida, such a USA centrist stamp. They could have been from that river in Temple of Doom. I mean, true. Maybe they're from Louisiana and they just enjoy the presence of gators. I don't know. But he had a Florida Gators thing on his Steam profile, so I just assumed that he was a Florida Gators fan. But yeah, good dude. Arma 3. Wasn't Arma 3... Arma 3 is responsible for DayZ, right? Because DayZ was an Arma 3 mod, and that's kind of how we got the whole Battle Royale genre. It started with that. I gotta blow my nose really quick, and then we'll actually play a video game, I promise. But yeah, DayZ and like H1Z1 was, I think, the start of Battle Royale. And you guys know something I keep forgetting to check? I have fucking Game Pass. I've had Game Pass Ultimate for like 19 months. And I just never think to check it for games to play on stream. Even though there may be some bangers. There may very well be some bangers on there, but I just never check. Oh, shit. Dude, the other day I slept wrong. This is how I know I'm getting old. If I sleep wrong, my neck will bother me for like 4 straight days now. And eventually I'll just wake up and it's gone. But it's like, holy fuck, dude, am I really that fragile? Sleeping wrong has my entire neck in disarray for 4 days. Is it only going to get worse as I get older? Probably. Roblox. Minecraft, Java, and Bedrock Action for PC. What? Sea of Thieves, Fallout 76, Skyline Valley. Dude, these games are dog shit. What is this? Oh, Dead by Daylight's on Game Pass. Well. World Series of Poker? It's like a bunch of Candy Crush and fucking poker games. What the shit is this? I thought this was supposed to be for like full Xbox games primarily. Or full like AAA games. Amigus. Look at this, you guys. This looks like a fucking... Oh, sorry. This looks like a fucking online gambling thing. Look at this. Pyramid Mahjong. World Series of Poker. Like, what the shit is this? Who wants to play these games? It's like some shit you find in the bargain bin at Walmart in the mid-2000s on discs. Brain app? Ultimate brain training? This is not what I expected to be on Game Pass. What the shit? This is more like it, but like even this. Oh, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Hey, I'm not going to say I told you so, but I called, and anybody who watched this stream knows that I called it like 4 months in advance. When I saw the trailer for this shit, I said this is a mistake. This game's going to be dead in like 30 days after it comes out. It is dead. This Texas Chainsaw Massacre game is beyond dead. What they should have done is they should have done a collaboration with Dead by Daylight, but because they decided they wanted to make their own game, now the chance of us ever getting anything more related to Texas Chainsaw Massacre is dead. Dead by Daylight is the only game big enough to make a successful collaboration like that work. Yeah, and now there's a Killer Clowns game, which may already be dead. Oh, here's the Persona 3 remake. That's cool. So I could actually play this whenever I want. That would be a fun one. But that's such a long game. That's like a 100-hour JRPG, dude. Halo Wars 2, Doom Eternal. Like, I'm just not really seeing anything that's jumping out as something that I would want to play. It's all just very... Oh, there's the original Fallout. They were originally CRPG games. I mean, it's cool. Like, RE3 is on here. I know RE7's included. A lot of the Resident Evil games are. Oh, the Callisto Protocol, dude. Yeah, what's up, Fudge Me? God, I love that sub badge so much, dude. Fucking shout outs to Moda every single time I see that. Yeah, the Evil Dead game also died very quick. The reality is what do they call it? The ASIM genre is not big enough to support brand new games constantly. Not much, dude. I'm just browsing Game Pass for the first time in eons to see if there's anything good on here. I've been paying for Game Pass for like 19 months, and I don't think I've ever used it except for one time whenever Atomic Heart came out. It's the only time I've actually used it. Yeah, Callisto Protocol, people were acting like it was going to be like the return of Dead Space and this, that, and the other, and it just turned out to be a very, very generic AAA horror game. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not seeing a whole lot on... Oh, Limbo, that's a classic. Xbox Live Arcade, fucking classic right there. Just like Braid. Braid and Limbo, I think, came out the same year. That was such a great year for Xbox Live Arcade. Yep, I'm not really seeing anything in here. So I think we're gonna explore some classics, guys. Some stream classics. I feel like a lot more of those collab games like those, they need to really spend a lot more time to make sure they don't suck, because they generally don't. The game fails and trashed any adaptation of that IP for the foreseeable future. Yep. Galarians? No, I have not played Galarians. Used it to play Persona 5. Yeah, Persona 5 Reload, or Persona 5, what was the, like, expanded Royal? Yeah, Persona 5 Royal was on there for a very, very long time. I think it might still be in Game Pass, or maybe they finally took it off. Yeah, they finally took it off. The only Persona game that's on there now is Persona 3 Reload. But it was on there for like years and years and years, so. Fucking Batman Begins, why did that show up? Dude, I recently watched the Rob Pattinson Batman, and I gotta be honest, I really liked it. I liked how dark it was. The only thing is, like, if you're somebody who really wanted to see, like, Batman beating a bunch of people up, it's certainly not the movie for you, because there's, like, a lot of standing around and doing detective work, and, you know, Bruce Wayne just being all moody and dark, you know, dark and brooding. So if you're somebody that wants a fast-paced movie, that ain't it for you. It's, like, almost 3 hours long, but I thought it was really good. If you want to make something that actually competes with something like DVD, you have to actually put in the effort to make sure it does what DVD does, but better. The aforementioned games really did not. Yeah, wasn't there one that was like the most blatant ripoff of DVD? It was called like VHS. And it just died because A, it didn't have the community or the staying power that Dead by Daylight did, and it just disappeared. This is not the movie for you if you want an actual Batman comic inspired movie. Pretty much, yeah. Like the Christopher Nolan movies were not really accurate to the comics so much. They were more like modernized crime dramas that just so happened to have Batman characters in them. Especially Dark Knight. Like the Dark Knight is an extremely an extreme departure of a take on all the characters in it, like Harvey Dent and the Joker and all that, but I still think it's an excellent movie. And But, you know, sometimes I have trouble deciding whether or not Batman Begins or Dark Knight is better. I just think I cannot fucking take Christian Bale's Batman voice seriously after the first one. It was totally fine in Batman Begins, but then Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises, it just got way too deep and growly. Like, it's just a fucking joke and a meme in those movies. I don't know why they didn't tone it back a little bit. It just detracts from any seriousness because it's so fucking overblown, you know? The Batman doing actual detective shit and not Christian Bale staring at a whiteboard and then changing expressions with no context as to what he's doing, yeah. Besides, if we're going to be honest, Michael Caine was the best actor in all those movies. Heath Ledger was probably the best in The Dark Knight, but Michael Caine was the best in the other three, in my opinion. As Alfred. I really liked Andy Serkis as Alfred, though. You know what? People can roast me if they want. I think Rob Pattinson was a better one than Christian Bale. That's just what I think. Yeah, he didn't really do much. He just was a pretty standard guy. Gary Oldman was. Like, he was just a standard moral cop, you know? Like, he didn't really do so much except being believable. But he was good. I mean, I'm not saying he was bad. Andy is pretty based. Andy Serkis? Yeah, I mean, Andy Serkis has been around for a hot minute, dude. And he said, like, he's always wanted to play Alfred, so him actually getting to do it was cool. And apparently they're already working on the follow-up for the Rob Pattinson one, and it's supposed to actually have Joker in it. It's going to be played by the same guy who played him at the end of the first movie. I don't mind The Dark Knight, but The Dark Knight Rises was such a strange movie. Who the hell decided that Batman should work in daylight like 90% of the movie? Yeah. It's going to be Barry Keoghan, I think his name is. Yeah, Barry Keoghan is going to play the Joker in the second one. He had a really, really short cameo at the end of the 2022 Batman, where he just had like 2 lines, and that's it. But yeah, he's going to play in whenever the hell they start filming the new one. Dude, Dark Knight Rises was so weird for me. I went to the theater so excited. You guys ever gone to see something with so much expectation that it's going to be great, and then the longer you keep watching it, you're just like, I didn't like that. I didn't like that either. I didn't like that either. Like, and I just was sitting there the whole time with my friends. I was like, dude, this sucks. I was like, this was such a bad movie to come to the theater to watch. I went there thinking, oh my God, Dark Knight was so good. This is going to be even better, you know, because I knew about Bane and I was like doing a bunch of research about Bane. I was like, this is going to be so fucking sick. And then like, you don't even see Christian Bale don the Batman outfit until like fucking over an hour into the movie. Before that, you just see him like walking around with a crutch and getting embarrassed by Anne Hathaway's Catwoman. It's like, God, the pacing was so dog shit, dude. Who wants to watch this shit? The fact that you could so clearly tell that Bane was just recorded voice too, since they didn't even try to make it sound like the sound came from Bane. It was like he spoke directly into the speaker, yeah. Well, the reason for that, Immortal, is because the original voice they had for him, they did like test screenings of the movie, and people literally couldn't tell what he was saying. So they had to go back and do a second round of ADR to change the lines and make them more, you know, discernible. Because when they did test screenings of the original Bane voice, people literally couldn't even tell what he was saying. They're just like, huh? Asking each other questions like, what the fuck did he just say? Basically felt like a Batman skin taxi driver. That's what it was. Like the 2019 Joker was king of comedy plus taxi driver with the Joker as its main character. That's what it was. I mean, Robert De Niro was even in it. So the plot of 2019 Joker is essentially king of comedy. And that movie was made in like the mid 70s. Did you hear Kevin Smith roasting Dark Knight Rises on his podcast? No, I don't watch many podcasts. Ain't got time for all that. Not now that I've been walking and skating again and stuff. The plots for a lot of AAA movies are very well made play. They're designed to be digestible to the largest audience to make as much return on the budget, whereas a lot of indie movies play with structure and genre more. Of course, there are exceptions to the rules, but in general, a AAA movie is going to be a 3-act linear narrative. True. Real, never saw it or read it, so that's why I appreciate books. I was telling you guys that I had recently read the American Psycho book. And American Psycho is a really interesting book because there's no structure, really. It's just things happening, you know? It's just like Patrick does this, and then he does this, and then he does this, and then he does this. But it's not like, oh, this big conflict gets introduced, and how is he going to deal with it? It's just, I went here, and I did this today. And then I went here, and I was wearing this, and I went and I did this today. And the end of the book just ends abruptly in the middle of a scene by just looking at a sign that's over, you know, in a restaurant that they just happen to be sitting in. And I just think, you know, Bret Easton Ellis has talked about that before. Like, he submitted a screenplay for the American Psycho movie and it got rejected in favor of the one that actually became the movie because his version of it was also very non-structured. Like it had no definitive answer, and he was told like, well, this is a movie, it needs to have an answer. But that's why I like books, because, you know, with a book, it doesn't need to have an answer. It can just be things happening, you know? And American Psycho is a very disjointed book. Like, 1 second he's in a restaurant, and then the very next second he's like in a laundromat, and then he's in the gym, and then it's just, he could be anywhere with any person. You never know from one chapter to the next where he's going to be. So I kind of like that about it. It's a very disjointed read. Yeah, theater kids with non-linear narrative. No, Pulp Fiction. Dude, you always know somebody's new to, you know, movies if they become obsessed with Pulp Fiction and they're just like obsessed with the fact that it's not in order. I'm not trying to gatekeep, by the way, because I was too when I was younger. I just think it's funny. Like, everybody goes through that phase where there's like, whoa, you can have a movie that's a beginning, middle, and end, but just not in that order. You know what I mean? Like, they're just fucking Kevin McAllister shit. Is Patrick Bateman was more of a Bruce Springsteen fan? Yeah. Well, in the book, there's actually, so you know how in the movie he talks about Genesis and Phil Collins with Studio, and he talks about Huey Lewis, and he talks about Whitney Houston. In the book, he does that also, but they're entire chapters. Like, it is a whole ass, like 30 or 40 pages just talking about every single instrument on every single, for every album of theirs that had been released up until that point, which was 1991. So he talks about every fucking bit of instrumentation on all of Huey Lewis's discography, everything about Genesis and Phil Collins, everything about Whitney Houston. It's whole ass chapters. Oh yeah, the book is like taking the movie and cranking it up to 11. Like, there are entire pages of just describing all the designer shit that he's wearing and all the designer shit that other people are wearing and why he feels like his actually fits better because, you know, he feels that their outfit combinations are more sporty and it really ruins their professional attire when they wear something that's sporty with it. You know what I mean? Like, it just goes on and on and on and on for page after page after page. He saw Back to the Future and said, I'm gonna tear this fella down a peg. Yeah. It's a tough read. I don't think a lot of people would have the patience for it because I got really tired of it after a while. Once you get to like the middle of the book and you see that he's still describing, oh, I'm wearing a silk Armani tie and I'm wearing crocodile loafers by Ralph Lauren and I'm wearing boxers by Calvin Klein and I'm wearing, like, just enough already. Just fucking get to the point. I get that kind of is the point of the book, that, you know, some people really are that superficial. But it's like, holy shit, man. Such a vast majority of the book is really just boils down to that. I know, yeah, that is the point. Because really, you know, once you live that life of luxury, it's just the small, minute bullshit that you end up hyperfixating on. So, my old roommate once started reading a page out loud to us, and I thought he was having a stroke. Yeah, for real. Y'all ever think about how human babies still have the ape instinct to grab things in their hands and feet because of foraging and shit? Hey, what's up, Rock? Honestly, that just reminds me of reading Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Lord of the Rings can be a very tough read. Well, fudge me, I also think it's weird that, like, cats can be born, like, 20 minutes. They can literally be of this mortal realm for 20 minutes, and they automatically know how to, like, groom themselves, and they start making bread, and they start drinking milk from their mom. Like, how do they... It's just crazy, dude, that animals are they're so instinctually wired to do the correct things from birth. That shit has way too much pointless shit in it. Yeah. Man, I want to go back to SF4, but the connections are so bad. Oh, for real. Yeah, it's awful, dude. So, American Psycho, I don't know if it's public, but there's actually an archive.org PDF of it that you can go to the Internet Archive and just read the whole fucking book. I don't know about the legality of this, but it's in the Internet Archive. So let's go through, and I'll just read a little excerpt for you guys. Okay. So this is Patrick Bateman waking up in the morning. Okay. This is Patrick Bateman waking up in the morning. The beginning of the chapter says morning. Over the white marble and granite gas log fireplace hangs an original David Onica statue. It's a 6-foot by 4-foot portrait of a naked woman, mostly done in muted grays and olives, sitting on a chaise lounge watching MTV. The backdrop, a Martian landscape, a gleaming mauve desert scattered with dead, gutted fish, smashed plates rising like a sunburst above the woman's yellow head, and the whole thing is framed in black aluminum steel. The painting overlooks a long white down-filled sofa and a 30-inch digital TV set from Toshiba. It's a high-contrast, highly defined model, plus it has a 4-corner video stand with a high-tech tube combination from NEC with a picture-in-picture digital effects system, plus freeze frame. In parentheses, he says plus freeze frame. See. Oh. The audio includes built-in MTS and a 5 watt per channel. Here, let me move my shit. The audio includes built-in MTS and a 5 watt per channel onboard amp. A Toshiba VCR sits in a glass case beneath the TV set. It's a super high band beta unit and has built-in editing function, including a character generator with 8-page memory, a high band record and playback, and 3-week 8-event timer. A hurricane halogen lamp is placed in each corner of the living room. Thin white Venetian blinds cover all 8 floor-to-ceiling windows. A glass-top coffee table with oak legs by Turchin sits in front of the sofa, with Steuben glass animals placed strategically around expensive crystal ashtrays from Fortunoff. Yeah, it is, though I don't smoke. Next to the Wurlitzer jukebox is a black ebony Baldwin concert grand piano. A polished white oak floor runs throughout the apartment. On the other side of the room, next to a desk and a magazine rack by Gio Ponti, it's a complete stereo system, CD player, tape, deck, tuner, amplifier by Sansui, with 6-foot Duntech Sovereign 2001 speakers in Brazilian rosewood. A down-filled futon lies on an oak wood frame in the center of the bedroom. Against the walls, a Panasonic 31-inch set with a direct view screen and stereo sound, and beneath it in a glass case is a Toshiba VCR. I'm not sure if the time on the Sony digital alarm clock is correct, so I have to sit up and look down at the time flashing on and off on the VCR, then pick up the Ettore Sotas push-button phone. Like, you see what I mean? It just goes on and on and on. And people think the movie is tedious with the morning routine. It just keeps going on. I urinate while trying to make out the puffiness of my reflection in the glass that encases a baseball poster hung above the toilet. After I change into Ralph Lauren monogram boxer shorts and a Fair Isle sweater and slide into silk polka dot Enrico Hidolan slippers, I tie a plastic ice pack around my face and commence with the morning stretching exercises. Afterwards, I stand in front of a chrome and acrylic washmobile bathroom sink with soap dish, cup, holder, and railings that serve as towel bars. which I bought at Hastings Tile to use while the marble sinks I ordered from Finland are being sanded, and stare at my reflection with the ice pack still on. I pour some Plaque's anti-plaque formula into a stainless steel tumbler and swish it around my mouth for 30 seconds. Then I squeeze Rembrandt onto a faux tortoiseshell toothbrush and start brushing my teeth. Too hungover to floss properly, but maybe I flossed before bed last night, and rinse with Listerine. Then I inspect my hands and use a nail brush. I take the ice pack mask off and use a deep pore cleanser lotion, then an herb mint facial mask, which I leave on for 10 minutes while I check my toenails. Then I use the Pro Bright tooth polisher and next the Interplaque tooth polisher, this in addition to the toothbrush, which has a speed of 4,200 RPM and reverses direction 46 times per second. The larger tufts clean between teeth and massage the gums, while the short ones scrub the tooth surfaces. I rinse again with Cepacol. I wash the facial massage off with a spearmint face scrub. The shower has a universal, all-directional shower head that adjusts with a 30-inch vertical range. It's made from Australian gold black brass and covered with a white enamel finish. In the shower, I use first a water-activated gel cleanser, then a honey almond body scrub, and on the face, an exfoliating gel scrub. Vidal Sassoon shampoo is especially good at getting rid of the coating of dried perspiration, salts, oils, airborne pollutants, like Jesus. And it just goes on and on. On and fucking on, dude. These 2 pages and these 2 pages are all his morning routine. How do you read that? Very carefully. It's a tough read, dude. Look, it just goes on. On weekends or before a date, I prefer to use the Grune Natural. Suddenly, I feel the urge to open up several Amazon.com tabs. This guy's living. For real. Sorry about that, hot sauce. The conditioner and the nutrient complex. These are formulas that contain D-panthenol, a vitamin B complex factor, polysorbate 80, a cleansing agent for the scalp, and natural herbs. Over the weekend, I plan to go to Bloomingdale's or Bergdorf's and on Evelyn's advice, pick up a Voltine European supplement and shampoo for thinning hair, which contains complex carbohydrates that penetrate the hair shafts for improved strength and shine. Also, the Vivigen Hair Enrichment Treatment, a new Redken product that prevents mineral deposits and prolongs the life cycle of hair. Louis Carruthers recommended the Aramis Nutriplex system, a nutrient complex that helps increase circulation. Once out of the shower and towel dry, I put the Ralph Lauren boxers back on, and before applying a mousse à rosé, I believe that's how you say it, a shaving cream by Pour Homme, I'm sure it's Pour Homme or something like that, I press a hot towel against my face for 2 minutes to soften abrasive beard hair. Then I always slather on a moisturizer, to my taste, Clinique, and let it soak in for a minute. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. You guys get the idea, but it just goes on and on and on. Yeah, for real. If you didn't get the point is that he hates rich people and the way that they live. So, this whole book is just a major satire on how Wall Street people live their lives, and they all just are so obsessed with this type of shit. That's the entire point of this book. And I would argue that of the 434 pages, I'd say probably 400 plus are mostly like that. Talking about brands and what clothes you should wear and what scenarios and what looks sporty and what looks professional and which designer this, designer that works best and what self-care thing works best for this or that. I'd say probably about 85% of the book is like this. So it's a very fucking tough read. All I gotta say, Devil Wears Prada does it better. Look at this. Look, date. Heading home from the workout exclusive, and after an intense shiatsu massage, I stop at a newsstand near my building, scanning the adults-only rack with my Walkman still on. The smoothing strains of Pachelbel's Canon somehow complementing the harshly lit laminated photographs in the magazines. I flip through. I buy Lesbian Vibrator Bitches and Cunt on Cunt, along with the current Sports Illustrated and a new issue of Esquire. Like, what the fuck? Yes, this is American Psycho. A perfectly titled book, because holy shit, if you're that wealthy and your entire life revolves around consumerism to that degree, you really are psychotic in a uniquely American way, you know? It's like such an apt title for that book. Ah, yes, the fetishization of lesbians is only what the wealthy and insane do, yeah. It's not like it's every person that discovers porn. A gentleman and a scholar. But yeah, it is a perfectly titled book for that reason, you know? And then, of course, you know, there's the workout routine. My God, dude. In the context of Hollywood, Ryrog, you ain't wrong. Look a little bit into like Woody Allen's history real quick and tell me. Come back and you'll 100% agree with what Ryrog just said. Just look a little bit. Woody Allen is one of the most blatant, but trust me, he's the tip of the iceberg. But yeah. I know, like what the fuck, dude? A British Psycho is the same, but the words have the letter U thrown in. Yeah. Or they just put British idiosyncrasies in there, like British or water. That's the only difference between American Psycho and British Psycho. You just change every time they say water to water. And there you go. You got the right book. Water. Yeah, it's just W-A-hyphen-U-H. Water. Woody Allen adopted someone, and then didn't he adopt someone and then end up marrying her later? Yes. Yeah, it's very creepy, the whole situation. He legally married his stepdaughter. What in the fuck, dude? She was like 14 when they got her, and he married her in her 20s. Yeah, but that's still fucking weird. You can try to justify it all you want. That shit is fucking weird. If I ever adopted someone and they were 14, my last fucking thought would be I should marry them when they're in their 20s. Like, what? Who the fuck is even wired that way? Bro, oh my God, bro. That is so fucked up, dude. Oh my. That is fucked up beyond belief, dude. I'm just caught off guard by the brashness of that. That is so fucked up, dude. See, a lot of times people misuse terms like elite or, you know, the powers that be. A lot of times people misuse those terms. It's actually really simple. Wealthy people that are decision makers in particular industries get away with things like this. And Woody Allen is one of them. He's a big Hollywood name. He's been around for many years. He's generated oceans of money with his movies and projects and things. And because of that, he is afforded the luxury of basically getting away with what he wants. Because, you know, if people were to actually look into it or try to reprimand him for it, he just pays off whoever he needs to pay off. And there you go. He goes about his day. You know, when they say money is the root of all evil, that's what they're referring to. Money can just buy you freedom from any consequences. Yeah, of course. American money is power. It's very true. Money can afford you the freedom from any consequences. Of anything, really. You know? Bowie, Jimmy Page, the list goes on. The Steven Tyler gambit, yeah. Yeah, it's like everybody's talking about Leo DiCaprio right now. He's like 49 years old, dating 18 and 19-year-olds. And, I mean, yes, they are legal adults, but I can't help but look at that and be like, that just seems kind of weird to me, dude. It's like he's doing a trophy wife thing, or he's just trying to flex on people and say, look, I can still pull hot 19-year-olds and I'm almost 50. It's like, yeah, no shit. You're a rich, successful actor. No shit, you can do that. That's not impressive, dude. What's the quote? If a fee is the only consequence, then laws only affect the poor. Very, very true. Yep. If a fine or a fee is the only consequence, the rich people are completely immune, you know? And then, of course, you bring into consideration corruption and, you know, the fact that a judge or a jury can easily be coerced and paid off in certain scenarios. And, you know, that just adds to the scenario. Or intimidated. You know, they can intimidate the shit. Like, organized crime was big on that a long time ago. Like, in the 40s, 50s, you know, whenever the mafia was at its peak, even during Prohibition era shit, like, I mean, how's a judge going to put someone in jail if they could do that and then potentially leave and their car explodes? You know what I mean? Like, they're going to be very afraid to do that to the wrong person. Even when you have to be made an example of up there in that Elysian tower, they'll make sure you're comfortable. Oh, yeah, for sure. Like, I love how everybody thinks, well, we got Harvey Weinstein. Hollywood's clean now. What delusional world do you live in? If anything, Harvey Weinstein was the tip of the iceberg. It's like, yep, he's out of there. Hollywood's squeaky clean now. It's all full of moral people that are just full of love and happiness. Okay, well, if you want to live in that magical fantasy world, go ahead. But the reality is there's many, many more just like him. They just haven't been talked about yet because they keep paying off the right people. Yeah, it's over. It's over. There's not another instance of wrongdoing in Hollywood because we got him, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, we have gotten him. Bring out Drake Bell to sing War is Over like they did in 2004 or whatever. When we were in the middle of the war on terror. Anyways, I'm not getting into these conversations anymore, guys. I've drifted way too far into... We've drifted way too far. There's also plenty of ex-cons in Hollywood, like Robert Downey Jr. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. Thought you were playing a game. I know, for real. Wasn't I about to do that? Well, I mean, being an ex-con is one thing. Like, I do believe that people can change their ways and improve and all that. It's just like, it's just bizarre, you know? UE%, man, they're doing... Oh, UE5. UE%. UE5, they're doing some amazing things, yeah. No, I've seen some of the tech demos, dude. It basically, we have reached strictly, like, straight-up photorealism. Although, I'm going to say this, and I don't think this is a hot take because I guarantee some other people feel the same way. No, talking about Drake, the rapper. Aubrey Graham. Anyways, I am actually sick of this, like, graphical arms race that we're in the middle of right now, where every game is trying to have even more realistic facial models and you know, character models and hair and lighting and shadows. Like, I'm so fucking sick of it. I seriously am. Enough already, dude. Just give me a palatable art style over that any day of the week. I would much rather play older games with more unique art styles than these modern games like Horizon, Forbidden West, or whatever. Like, these games that are just trying to be ultra hyper realistic and have a system requirement of a goddamn RTX 3080 to run properly. Yeah, Alice Madness Returns looks great. Photorealism, man, who cares? Boob physics got mastered a decade ago. We peaked as a species. Drop the booms. Putin. Indie games are the go-to for interesting art styles. Yeah, like 3 of my favorite games last year. Bomb Rush Cyberpunk. Faith the Unholy Trinity. And that rhythm game that was made by Hi-Fi Rush. Yeah. Hi-Fi Rush, Bomb Rush Cyberpunk, and Faith the Unholy Trinity. All games with super unique art styles and fuck all to do with incredibly hyper-realistic graphics, you know? Honestly, the worst thing I can think of when it comes to the realism shit is the fucking thing where allegedly they forced the Mortal Kombat devs to watch real gore videos to learn to do fatalities more realistic. That's just fucking weird. That's just weird. Why did they feel the need to have them do that? RE4, Ashley. I did not know about that, but that's crazy. Well, and it's just bogging down the potential of games. Like, the reason why, and I think this is absolutely true, I don't think this is even debatable. The reason why the 6th generation was so excellent was because the PS2 was an inherently weak system. The Xbox was a little bit more powerful, but not a whole, it wasn't like 2x, you know, the fidelity and graphical capabilities of the PS2. The GameCube was kind of in between. The Dreamcast was it was still more powerful than the PS2. A lot of people don't know that. The PS2 was the weakest system, but it got all the best games. Why was that? Well, because it had the biggest installer base. Most people bought a PS2, but its hardware was so well understood by devs, but they weren't concerned about, oh, how do we make this game look hyper realistic and how do we make it run at whatever resolution and get all this fidelity and this, that, and the other. What's up, Codster? Hey, long time no see, man. How you been? They weren't concerned about things like that. They were just concerned about, let's make a unique art style and let's focus more on the story, the characters, the look and the feel. Less about just the straight up horsepower, you know, of the system, because everybody knew the PS2 was a weak system. And so it was just this springboard for a ton of super unique and interesting games, you know? Exactly, like Hot Sauce, they touted the PS3 as being, yeah, the PS2 was weaker than every other system that gen. If you look at Resident Evil 4 on PS2 versus the GameCube, it looks like a demake. I mean, seriously, RE4 on GameCube looks way better. They had to downgrade virtually every texture to get it to work on PS2. But yeah, I think that games are best when the focus is not 70% on the graphical fidelity and the lighting and the shadows and the models and all this other bullshit. Like, they spend way too much time on this, and the story and the character development and the acting and all those things, they all get put to the wayside because it's all about the fancy graphical capabilities on screen. Especially for PC gamers, everybody wants a game that requires like a 3080 Ti or a 3090 so they can get, you know, 1440p, 144 FPS. It's like, dude, enough, dude. People should not have to spend $3,000 on a PC. The best feeling games still use default bean characters. It's not like Nintendo's poor either. IDK, why their hardware is so shit. Yeah, well, see, Nintendo has that sorted. They understand that it's not about. They understand that it's not about that. And Nintendo has always been smart about this. They're like, we're not going to compete. We're not going to be a part of that stupid graphical arms race that's going on. We're just going to create a system that looks good enough for the games that we want to create. And we're going to release games that are really, really good. That's what they're going to do. And they've consistently done that for years and years and years. They figured it out. But it feels like everybody else is just mired in this whole culture of, we've got to make it look even more realistic and the shadows have to look even better. And, you know, the system requirements have to go up and up and up and up and up. Like, why do they need to do that? To push NVIDIA sales? I don't fucking know. But it's not useful. Yeah, Nintendo makes a lot of fucked up decisions business-wise, but the reality is they had that shit figured out all the way back when the Wii came out. They don't mess with third-party outside. Yeah, they'll publish certain games that are third-party, like Bayonetta. They publish like Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 3, but yeah. And that was made by Platinum Games or Sega, I believe, but yeah, but Nintendo games recently have been ass and just rehashes of old games and overpricing shit. So I just stopped buying their shit. Distendo. But yeah, AAA developers need to stop with that graphics bullshit. They do. I mean, the budget has to be way higher than most games. The majority of the budget is going to go into hiring fucking a team of 200 animators and you know, just all these graphic designers, and it's going to just require an absolutely gigantic team to put out what amounts to a mediocre fucking project. Like, why does it matter, dude? Yeah, new games have like 16 gigs of RAM required, and like I've seen some that are like they recommend an RTX 2080 Super. They recommend that shit, meaning to get the medium experience, you need a 2080 Super. Like, holy shit, dude. That's too fucking far, in my opinion. But yeah, hard agree. I'd much rather have a good playing game over a good looking game. Realistic games tend to age really poorly too. I know, like when GTA 4 came out, it was the most impressive thing I had ever seen in my life. And I thought to myself, holy shit, graphics will never get better than this. Now when I go back and I play vanilla GTA 4 on like a 360 or a PS3, it looks awful. Meanwhile, if I go back and play Eco, or I go back and I play Shadow of the Colossus, they hold up perfectly fine. I think those games actually hold up incredibly well. Even the PS3 upscales of both of them. GTA 4 was my favorite of all of them, to be honest with you. As much as I love San Andreas, and San Andreas was like visual crack, like it was just such a beautiful game, especially on PS2, where it had that nice like orange sunset dusk filter on everything, and you could see the heat waves and shit. Like, God, San Andreas is such a beautiful game. But GTA 4 is my favorite. Nintendo figuring out that when they let people use their store as a platform for their games, they can print money without having to pay for any work. Yep. Yeah, Nintendo could survive off their back catalog alone if they really wanted to. $500 for a PS5 to play all these new gen games, yet these new AAA games require a minimum $2,000 PC to get a normal experience. Yeah. Bears repeating, gaming isn't what it used to be. For sure. No, absolutely. Gaming nowadays is threefold. So it's either AAA games that are sequelizations of franchises that have been around for 10 fucking years or more. Think Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Last of Us, Uncharted, these things. Uncharted hasn't been around in a while, but the point still stands. There are games like that, Call of Duty, fucking FIFA, the 2K games, like every fucking year or every few years a new one comes out, and they just keep going over and over and over and over with like sweatshop development, basically, you know? And then remasters, remakes is probably the biggest, number 2. Remasters, remakes might be the biggest thing, the biggest trend that's going on right now. It feels like every few weeks there's another big remaster or remake that's announced, and most recently Dead Rising, which I'm sorry to be a hypocrite, but I'm gonna buy that shit day one because I love that game so fucking much. So Capcom, if you mess it up, I will never forgive you. Dude, Dead Rising 1, in my opinion, is like a top 3 7th gen game. For real. PS3, 360, Wii era, that is a top 3 game. If not top 2. So you better not fuck this up, Capcom. I really hope they don't. We need another in-house developed Dead Rising. That's what we need. They need to rehire Keiji Inafune and get that shit done. Capcom is going to team up with the No Man's Sky people to give you endless malls to fuck up. Yeah. Procedurally generated malls to fuck up. Jesse already looks questionable though. Yeah, I saw like there's that weird thing where they changed the Asian butcher guy to be a white guy with glasses, and like people are all up in arms over that. I'm like, honestly, it doesn't matter too much what he looks like. Like he's just supposed to be a psychopath at the end of the game that takes Carlito. So I mean, does it really matter what he looks like? Not so much, but I don't know. As usual, Twitter has exacerbated it into being like a massive deal for no reason. The mall is all skateboard. Dude, a Dead Rising randomizer would be so sick. Like if you never knew what items were going to be anywhere, like you could potentially get a seed where you just get Adam's chainsaws and a bunch of books immediately. Like a Dead Rising randomizer, item randomizer would be sick. Frank West looks like Joe Gatto. Yeah. He looks like he's got a fucking Vegeta hairline. You know, his head makes the fucking Majin M in the new one. He looks way older in remastered. Because he was supposed to be like 35 in the original game, and he looks like he's 40 plus in the new one. Maybe 50 plus even, I would say. Why can't all games have a randomizer mode? Mark my words, they will very soon, Hot Sauce. Because developers are aware of speedruns. Did you see how fast Capcom patched out the sniper clipping in RE4 Remake? So in RE4 Remake, when that game first came out, you could scope in with the rifle, and something would happen where it would like push Leon's model back. So what you could do is look down and like whip your mouse around a certain way, and it would clip you out of bounds. They patched that shit within like 1 month. So they're aware of what speedrunners and what Twitch streamers are doing. So mark my words, games will have randomizer modes very soon. Officially supported. Because they know that it's a very popular thing that people like. I was surprised the Switch could even run RE6. Yeah, I think Switch is less powerful than a 360, yeah. It's like when Nintendo put out the Wii U, and the Wii U was like decidedly less powerful than a 360 and the PS3, and everybody's just looking around like, why did you put this thing out? And I'm like, you think Nintendo cares about that? Yeah, isn't it like the Switch Pro? Like, they have the Switch OLED now, but apparently the Switch Pro is going to be their new thing that they're going to do. Like, it's still going to use a mobile chip, and it's going to work the same way, but it's just going to be more powerful. Allegedly. They may call it the Switch too, I don't know, but... Well, yeah, of course they're getting complacent, dude. They don't have to worry about sales, like, ever. They should care when their systems can't even run third-party games. The Switchier. God, the Wii U was literally the worst. The Wii U was the worst marketing decision of all time to call it that. Every single person I talked to about it thought that it was an add-on for the Wii. That was their biggest fucking mistake. Everybody's like, the Wii U? Is that like a gamepad that you connect to the Wii? You know? Nobody even fucking knew that it was its own system unless you were really dedicated or like a hardcore Nintendo fanboy. 64 hit, GC miss, Wii hit, Wii U miss, Switch hit. Well, the GameCube missing was certainly not for lack of games. In my personal opinion, the GameCube had one of the best lineups that gen. I mean, fucking all the first-party games were absolute gold. Fucking Metroid Prime 1, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes. Fucking goated game. Metroid Prime 2 Echoes is amazing. Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, both on GameCube. Jeez, man. Resident Evil Remake, Resident Evil 0, RE4, for God's sake. God, GameCube was so fucking sick. Yeah, there was a bad Metroid game. It was called like Other M or something like that. Like I heard a lot of people. Yeah. See, you know what, Future? It's almost like we've known each other for a long time. I love how me and you just come to the same thoughts at like the exact same times frequently. Other meh, more like. The GameCube reminded kids they were kids. I want a big murder, sex shop, jump on things machine. All of us probably. Yeah. Other M nearly killed Metroid. The Wii U was fine. It was just, the Wii U was more like Nintendo's attempt at making like a competitor for something like an Xbox One. because they wanted the Wii U to be like, oh, this is your Nintendo console that also does Netflix and YouTube and, you know, Hulu and all these streaming services. They basically wanted the Wii U to be that. But the problem is, like, it just didn't work very well. And anytime my dad actually had a Wii U, because he's really into gaming and he buys every console that comes out. But, you know, even when we were trying to use Netflix, it's like the app is fucking laggy and it looks like a mobile app and like they didn't even put any effort into it. So it was an afterthought. So using that as a legit video streaming thing was just a waste of time. The Wii U struggled to run Black Ops 2. Like, are you serious? Yeah. And nobody actually wanted to play Call of Duty on the Wii U. Like, Nintendo knows. Like I said, they make some fucked up business decisions because everybody who's on their board of directors is like 90 years old and they've been around since the late 70s, early 80s. So they make some very classic, you know, prideful old Japanese salaryman business decisions that really piss me off sometimes, but they know that all they have to do is focus on Mario and Zelda and their well-established first-party IPs, and they will never have an issue. And they're right. You couldn't use the Wii U TV controller without the console. It seemed way before its time. Way different nowadays. Looks over at a PS Portal ad. Yeah. Nintendo. Dude, remember Hot Sauce when Sony tried it the first time? Sony tried to make the Vita work the same way as the Wii U gamepad, except the Vita was like fucking $200. You could do, I remember I was playing Eco and Shadow of Colossus, the HD collection, on my Vita screen because you could do something called remote play. Although to be fair, you can leave the house with the Portal. Yeah. Yeah, RE7 is a pretty easy to run game if you set it to low settings. Doom 2016 is on the Switch as well. I don't know if they ever put Doom Eternal on it, but Doom 2016 is on there. A very, very downgraded version, of course, but it works. That's all you can say about it. The shit works. Yeah, I don't know, you guys. I'm just kind of, I know this is going to sound really uppity, but I'm just kind of over console gaming. Like, a PC to me is so much more useful because it allows me to stream. It allows me to play all the fucking games that I could possibly want to play. The only thing I'm missing out on is like PS5 exclusives, which, what even is there? Like, Last of Us is on PC now. Uncharted is on PC now. What the fuck is still exclusive to PS5 that I can't play on PC? I don't know, fucking Bloodborne or Demon Souls Remastered. I'm pretty sure that's on PC too. Like, what would be the purpose of me buying a PS5? I would have done it if Silent Hill 2 Remaster was, or Silent Hill 2 Remake was PS5 exclusive. That would have been it. Yeah, it's like Spider-Man and God of War. I don't give a fuck. No, God of War is definitely on PC, by the way. I know for a fact it is. One of the new ones is. Yeah, actually they're both. God of War and God of War Ragnarok are both on PC. Yeah, they're both on here. Yeah, it's like, why the fuck would I buy a PS5? Just keep upgrading my PC and it allows me to do everything I would ever need to do, you know? I just don't get it nowadays. Astro, like the PS5 mascot inbuilt games. Yeah, it's like, there's just nothing really it doesn't do anything for somebody like me that plays mostly horror and indie horror. Like, I have older Sony consoles and that's all I need, really. A PS3 and an original Xbox One is all I need to play virtually everything I would want to stream. The Horizon, yeah, like I'm not even interested in the Horizon games. And I'm pretty sure those might be on PC soon as well, if they're not already. Yeah, Horizon Zero Dawn and Forbidden West are both on PC, dude. Yeah, so they're both on Steam right now. And that's straight up from PlayStation Studios. So, like, there's really not much of a reason to continue buying console hardware nowadays. Like, a PC that can run all the PS5 games is at least... No, that's true. That's true. And I promise I'm not trying to disrespect anybody, because trust me, I was fucking broke growing up. I'm still not like wealthy. But when I was growing up, we definitely had to stick to console for that reason. Like, you could sell a whole ass 360 and get like a GT 210 graphics card. Like, graphics cards have always been very expensive. You know, the cost of a decent graphics card is like 3 consoles. So it was way more cost effective for me to just get like a cheapo $250 used 360 and just use that to play all my games. Oh, console Sims games. Dude, PC Sims was awesome. I would always play on my dad's computer because my dad always had a... That's just been my dad's thing. Like, he's loved building PCs since the 90s. So he's always had like a decent gaming PC, like a mid-range gaming PC. So we would play Sims on his, and it was so fun because of the cheat codes. On Sims 2 especially, you could just give yourself like a quintillion simoleons and build a goddamn mansion fit for a king. Mother load, yep, to give yourself 50 grand. Bro had the first Intel chip, probably. No, he showed me how to build a PC in like 2000, and I remember playing UT99 on it at really low frame rate, but it was fun. I remember back when games literally would not output sound without a sound card, because most motherboards didn't come with a sound card. That was like a super fancy feature if your motherboard had one built into it. Otherwise, you had to install a sound card to even get audio out on it. Oh man, these nostalgic tech conversations always get me going. Because it just reminds me of the early days of Justin TV and Twitch. The first person I ever watched live stream was named Azurite Reaction. Do any of you guys remember that name from early YouTube? Because he was like the biggest rock band drummer at the time. I remember in high school I had an assignment to make a working city in the original Sims game, and we all just did the loan glitch to get infinite money. Yeah. You remember Azurite Reaction? Yeah, I remember my uncle got stoked when he installed his first sound card and booted up Alien Trilogy and thought he heard the voice of God. Yeah. My PC journey started in 2002. GT210 is crazy. Yeah, dude, that thing is ancient. I remember when HDMI out on a graphics card was considered a fancy feature. Anyway, the first person I ever watched live stream was Azurite Reaction, and then shortly after that, Aria Blarg. And this is what his streams looked like. Like, it was literally super low quality footage of a... oh, hang on, let me shut this down. I need to keep opening Chrome. I keep forgetting to do that. It was like super low quality footage of EPSXE.
Based off
PlayStation emulator, horrible mic quality. But like, I was just so enamored with the idea of like, holy shit, dude, you can stream yourself playing video games live. You don't have to upload it to YouTube. Like, it just blew my fucking mind. It blew my like 13-year-old mind at the time. He was on Ustream for a while too.
a dream journal that the creator of the game kept over a long period of time. Now, I don't really know much about the game besides that. I've played it on stream a lot about a few months ago.
So he said he played it on stream a few months ago, and this video was uploaded in October of 2009. So just consider the fact that a few months before this was uploaded, he had been live streaming it. Okay, so that puts into perspective how fucking old this is. Like, holy shit, dude. Streaming in 2009, I think Justin TV was brand fucking new. It was mostly Ustream back then. But yeah, that's what his live streams looked like. And then he did a collaboration stream with this girl named Aria Blarg, who actually has a global Twitch emote, by the way. It's a Blargnot, which is what she used to call her subscribers. That. So that in 2010 was the very first just chatting streamer, I guess I would say, that I ever watched. And she would do like painting streams and all kinds of shit. Dude, you could get away with so much more back then. Like, there was no copyright. People would just sit there and listen to fucking Nirvana and all these bands that are like heavily protected by copyright nowadays. They'll get you DMCA'd in a second. But back then, people would just listen to that shit all day and nobody cared. Current computer is 7 years old. Mine is almost 4 years old. I actually added a couple pieces to it back in 2020. I think in 2009 I was learning how to use word art. Yeah. Like here's let me see. Like if you look at Azrite Reactions channel, look at this. It's mostly just rock band drums. I'm telling you guys, he was like the premier rock band drummer on YouTube for a while. Like millions of views on several videos. And just rhythm games in general. Let's see. He uploaded a video called Sega Channel Memories 17 years ago. Trying to find his video of him breaking a monitor. Because that was a live stream that I was actually there for. He was playing Ex Mortis 3 on stream. And drinking heavily that night. I'm on a kind of old laptop because I never ended up getting a PC because of money problems since I was living in a single income household. It's not bad, but starting to get old for modern games. Yeah. But thankfully I'm about to get back on it and finally get a good PC. I basically maxed out my platform at this point. Was he the monitor breaker? Yes, he was. I think we're coming up on it here. Let's see. I mean, I could probably just look it up, but I know we're coming up on it here. It was him playing Ex Mortis 3 on a live stream. White Bully slaps Asian kid hard. What the fuck is that title? That is crazy. How to break your monitor. There it is. I was actually here for this live stream. I wonder if you can actually see my old name in chat. Alcohol plus scary game equals broken monitor. No, he didn't have... Look how... Because yes, this was a charity stream for the Japan tsunami in 2011. But look at this. Look at this fucking Ustream quality, dude. Jump scare incoming. That's Arya Blark talking.
Guys, if you can still hear me, I just broke my monitor.
Circle thing?
Yeah, that's the hole, like here.
So he took a picture of like the liquid leaking out of his.
You know, 5 or 6 feet up on like a tile floor.
Yeah, Justin TV / Arya Blark. Damn, dude. That's so old. Dude, I'll tell you what though. Like most things in life, my brother was so fucking weird about Twitch. He would follow these girls that he thought were hot on Twitch, and he would just constantly recommend them to me. Like there was this one girl who was obviously playing an emulated version of Ocarina of Time, and at the time that was like a big, you know, oh, you should not do that because like piracy and they might ban your account. They actually had a thing in their terms of service about not using emulators back then. And he kept recommending her to me, like, dude, this streamer's so awesome. She's so cool. And I go to her stream and he's just like glazing in the chat, like, oh my God, you're so good at this game. You know, you're so cute. I'm like, dude, what the? You're down catastrophic right now. And he was older than me. Like he's always been older than me, but like, it's like a 22-year-old guy on Twitch glazing over, like, stop, dude. You make yourself look so bad. Yes, he was an OG Twitch simp. And I remember I like kind of called her out for it. I was like, oh wow, the graphics look really good. Are you playing this on N64? And there was like a bunch of graphical glitches happening and she was obviously playing on emulator. And she's like, no, I actually have an old ass N64 and that's why it glitches. Okay. Just fucking lying. Like, dude, just be honest about it. Don't be stupid. I don't even think she streams anymore, but yeah, he was the OG Twitch simp. Dude, it says a lot about my brother that he basically went through and like deleted all of his YouTube videos that he had ever uploaded because there was so much embarrassing shit in there. He has basically blanked out all of his social media. Which sucks. I wish I could have downloaded some of it. That would have been sick. But I can still see his YouTube favorites. Oh, sorry, Immortal. Nightbot is going ham tonight. Used to stream on live stream, then moved over to Justin TV prior to Twitch becoming a thing. Yeah. Yeah, my account is February 2011. Let me see. I have to type something. Oh, I have to type something in the chat for it to. Okay, HJ is kind of crazy, but I literally just touched my keyboard. Yeah, my account was created February 13th, 2011. So that was like 4 or 5 months before Twitch.tv existed. And remember, Twitch started just as a skin for the gaming directory on Justin TV. It was just like it was literally just like a veneer for it, you know? I tell you, dude. It is. It really is, Codster. It makes you look so desperate. And I get it. Like, there's a lot of desperate guys out there that are like starved for contact and live alone and like they're very lonely and stuff. And I can sympathize with that, but it's like your best bet in that case is to just step outside your comfort zone, like start walking, start fasting, start losing weight, try to do what you can to improve yourself. And, you know, naturally that confidence is going to come about. Like just as and I promise this is not to talk about me, but that's kind of what I do on my own live stream. I was overweight big time. And I started walking. I've now lost about 28 pounds. And now instead of being like, I don't want to go in the grocery store because I look fat as fuck and this, that, and the other. Now it's like I've lost weight. So now I feel comfortable going out in certain scenarios and doing things that I wasn't comfortable with just 6 months ago. It is a massive confidence boost when you start to work on yourself. And you can actually easily break through that barrier of socializing and different things when you know that you look better, you feel better, and yeah, you want to be out in public because you want to. Yeah, getting in shape is super, super helpful. Getting in shape can help. Male loneliness epidemic motherfuckers when they spend their entire lives on a computer complaining about women without seeing a single reason as to why women would not want to associate with them. Yeah, I never understood the whole nice guy thing. Oh, what's up, John? Yeah, dude, you can't be missing that streak. Your streak would be insane to lose. But what's up, dude? I never understood the nice guy thing until maybe about 7-8 years ago, a little bit after I met Bridget. The reason why nice guys are not appealing is because when you are, as a guy, very demure and polite and accommodating and things, most of the time it's fake. And most of the time, like, here's the thing, like, women have, everybody always talks about like woman's intuition, and some people think it's bullshit and some people think it's not. I think it's real. Because, dude, there's some fucking women out there that'll have no evidence whatsoever, but they're like, you're cheating. I know it. And the guys just like get exposed. Like they may not have any evidence whatsoever, but they do have intuition. Like if somebody acts even ever so slightly differently, they just know. Sometimes it's some fucking sixth sense shit, you know? So I think that most women can tell when guys are being fake with that nice guy bullshit. And that's probably why they don't end up actually getting the girl, so to speak, you know? The old adage, if you got to say that you're a nice guy, you're not. Of course. Yep. It's like, oh, I opened the door for you, so now you owe me a one night stand. Like, nah, little bro, that ain't how it works. Yeah, nah, I believe it too, because I have that too with women. Yeah. And not only that, like, I'm just going to say this. It might be controversial for me to say, but like, acting more feminine as a guy is not typically more attractive to women. So like if you're being demure and you're being polite and you're being quiet and you're like holding the door open for her, she may see you more as like a friend than a potential dating relationship type thing, because the reality is biologically women are wired to look for more strong or taller or more commanding alpha male types, right? That's just how, not all women, let me be clear, because I'm sure somebody's going to say, oh, exceptions. Yes, they exist. Extenuating circumstances exist in all scenarios, but that a lot of times, you know, you're being fake, they can tell you're being fake, and if you're being too nice about it, it comes across as like you're being a little bit non-masculine. So it's like a twofold problem that people don't understand. They just can't understand that, like, that's not attractive. No, I'm not fucking red pilling. Yeah, and then, you know, there's that whole thing about, like, you know, women, sometimes women really do just want to argue. I dated one that was like that. Like, she literally argued for sport. She's like, I'm bored today, I'm gonna spark up an argument. And I remember just asking her, like, be straight up with me. Why do you start these arguments out of nowhere? And she's like, I get bored. So you just want to start a fucking day-long argument with me over text because you're fucking bored? The fuck is that shit? Like, I got things to do. I got better things to do than sit here and argue with you via text all day. No, go for it, Fudge Me. Go for it. Just, you know, let's not go too hard. You know what I mean? Seems to be like, milady, I've treated you as an equal to me, despite the fact that you're a female. I require one sex now. Yeah. Exactly, Codster, that's a great point. No, like, no offense, but some people just ain't ready to hear. No, I agree with you. Like, I was not willing to hear that. I was like, what? But I'm being so nice. I'm like opening doors and I'm being gentlemanly and like, and I wasn't even talking about sex. I was just like, I can't get a date. And then what I realized later on is like, yeah, I was dressing all fucking stupid and like I was overweight and then whenever I got into college and I started walking a lot and losing weight, it's like all of a sudden it became a lot easier to date because, you know, I wasn't. A lot of it, sadly, people are very surface level and a lot of it comes down to looks. But I'm not going to sit here and say that you must be fucking chiseled and in the gym all day. That's not true at all. You know, there's always going to be somebody out there that's crazy for you and you don't know about it, but I think and there is some truth to the fact that like the person who's actually interested in you probably won't need you to change, but you know, it can't hurt your chances to try and do what you can to, you know, be hygienic and be in shape and those types of things. It can't hurt your chances is all I'm trying to say. I think part of the issue is also that people are viewing men and women as different species without even realizing it and treat the opposite sex as such. Yeah. Getting women hack in high school, play basketball, what the fuck? Yeah, confidence is huge. Confidence is massive. If you don't have confidence, people will see right through you. And the only way to build confidence is to put yourself in awkward social situations over and over and over and try to navigate your way through it. That's the only way to do it. But no, let me make 100% clarity on this. I am not whatsoever. I hate the entire like dating podcast red pill thing. You know, I think there's way more nuance than just those things would like to lead you to believe. And same for the other side. There's way more nuance in dating and relationships in general than just the whole OnlyFans and Western women versus whatever. All those talking points. You get what I mean. The idea of don't ever change, people should love you for you. Well, if you kind of suck to look at, if something like finding a partner is a priority for you, then perhaps you should do things that attract partners. Yeah, it's a harsh thing to say, but it's true. You can see confidence walking into the room before it speaks. It's body language and posture before a word is uttered. And I said this before, as a guy who has worked in a lot of corporate spaces, walking into a room in shape, you automatically command that room. And I'm not making this shit up either. If you walk into a room and you're like toned and in shape and it's obvious because of the way your suit or your dress shirt is fitting, you command respect in that room. That's just how it is. It's wild how effective that is. But it's 100% true. I've seen it time and time and time and time again. It's very true. Look, I doubt I speak for the Western world anymore, so I don't know how the cultural dynamic works with romantic partners these days in the States, but I'm under the impression that attractiveness comes entirely on the ability to navigate a situation where you aren't the only person in the room. Knowing how to communicate with someone that isn't you and being aware of the you that's in the mirror will help a lot when meeting someone new. That's super true. No, I think that's universally applicable, for sure. People should love you for you, but you should respect yourself and love your partner enough to look after yourself. Agreed. Yeah. This chronically online girl told me I'm black-pilled. I have no idea what that means. IDK what TF any of that means, but it sounds Sigma. My God. The only thing that's really cringy about this term Sigma is how many people act like Patrick Bateman is some kind of Sigma icon. It's like, oh, he's just like me for real, for real. It's like, okay, so no. He is literally a caricature of Wall Street lifestyle in the 1980s. He is nothing like you. Stop with that bullshit. There's nothing Sigma about Patrick Bateman. He's a fucking little pissant inside. No, I know you do, right, Rog? I'm just saying some people are genuinely like, you know, oh, Patrick Bateman, just like me, for real, for real. Void-pilled Sigma Riz Lord Skibbity Toilet Phantom Tax, Ohio. Yep. Accurate. Accurate. iPad baby vernacular. Self-awareness and comfort in the existential dread you feel isn't only a you thing. Yeah. No, it's true. You know, a lot of people love to oversimplify things, and, you know, there's a lot of like fitness YouTubers that are like, oh, if you eat less and move more, and eat less, move more, and make sure that when you do eat, it's protein, like the weight will just fly off. No, it's a combination of both. Dieting is not a temporary thing. You need to make a lifestyle change. You need to say, I'm done with the fucking fast food. I'm done with the sugary shit, and I'm going to eat right. And it can't just be, oh, I'm going to lose the weight and then go right back to what I was doing. It has to be a whole ass lifestyle change, or you're not going to want to commit. But the reality is that if you can do that and you can become more in shape and you can do what you can to be more physically attractive, it's not going to hurt your chances, you know? Yeah, it's not a diet, it's a lifestyle change. Like you shouldn't just go back to your bad ways because you lost the weight. You're just going to gain it all back and yo-yo. Metabolism and genetics, they do play a big part, yes, but you know, ultimately at the end of the day, to really oversimplify things, if you drastically reduce your calorie intake and you start walking, give it 3 weeks and you'll find yourself down 20 to 25 pounds. I'm just saying, you would have to have a severe hormonal imbalance or the worst genetics in the world or the slowest metabolism in the world for that to not work for you. It's a very fringe case where that would not work for you. But it you know, that's true. So, and again, like anything, no, you're absolutely right, Fudge Me. It's not all about that. I'm just saying it can't hurt your chances, you know, if that's really what you're after. But I don't think you should do it because you want to be more attractive. I think you should do it for yourself first and foremost, and the rest of that stuff should be ancillary to you being in better shape and being healthier. Because healthy body, healthy mind, you know. You're going to be thinking clearer, you're going to be more sharp, you're going to be more aware, you're going to be more willing to do things because you've started to focus on what's going in your body and the fuel that you're putting in it, and keep making sure that you're getting your endorphins and different things from exercise. So focus on yourself first. Don't do it for other people. Do it for the right reasons, and the rest of that'll, you know, it's like icing on the cake, you know. Everyone comes with these get fixed quick solutions. Learn how to be the best you can be in a weekend for only $15.99, and TikTok bullshit about how to get a better body with a glorified Discord seminar. Yeah. There is comfort and happiness at whatever is your own goal for an ideal body. Absolutely. All this shit takes time. All of it. Being the best you involves taking the time to do it, and it will take time. Absolutely. It is, you know, like I said, a switch for me got flipped. I was watching A Day in the Life of Eddie Hall, who's a World's Strongest Man winner. And I saw that even though he's wealthy and could sit around the house all day and do absolutely nothing, he takes like 4 cold showers a day. He does hyperbaric chamber treatment. He gets blood work done like once a month to make sure he's in the best shape possible. He goes for a morning run. He does fight training. He does swim resistance training. He does a lifting session with his son. Like basically from start to end, he is just all about optimizing his body and doing everything he possibly can to be in the best shape he possibly can be as a 35-year-old guy. And when I saw that, I'm like, what's my excuse? You know, I have no excuse to not just walk outside my door and just put my AirPods in and start getting steps in. I have no excuse. So that day I was like, I'm going to start today. So I went for a walk and took a cold shower, and here we are like 6 weeks later, I'm still doing it. Yeah, most barriers are absolutely mental. I used to do that shit all the time. I would sit back and I would say, well, I could go out and walk, but then, people are going to think I look fat and I'm overweight and like I'm going to be out of breath. It's like, yeah, that's what happens. Until you're comfortable with being seen in that state, you're never going to fix it. Dude, swimming is fucking awesome exercise. Really great for cardio too. Anytime I go for swims, like my chest down to my abs is like just battered to fuck. You know, I feel like somebody took a baseball bat to it. So when I heal from that, I feel like a fucking, to use a gamer term, I feel like a leveled up person, dude. I feel lost whenever I go for walks. Yeah, I just started walking around my neighborhood, really. I've just gotten used to the distance and the amount of steps per lap, so I'll usually go for like 2-3 laps a day. And, I'm getting back into skating because walking is boring. Even just pushing around on a skateboard is like 10 times more exciting than just walking. Riding something is what... Pause. But, riding a skateboard or a penny board or a longboard, whatever the fuck type of board it is way more fun than just walking. Now don't clip that out of context, please. Fuck that noise. We stand short kings. I'm only 5'9" without shoes. Dude, that's above average. Bridget is like 5'2", so even if I was 5'9", I would still dwarf her. That's a teehee. Stamp loves riding skateboards. I have to pee really bad, you guys. I've drank so much coffee and water tonight, so let me go pee and we'll continue this conversation. But until then, you need to think about what you've done. Future mute, because you've got the mod sword, you're in charge. Keep these motherfuckers in line. Sorry, that was way too zesty of a snap. I'll never do that again. Alright, alright, alright. What's up, gamers? Maternal Heart, I believe this is. Great song. Oh, right, I'm supposed to be getting stuff done. Hey, don't let me distract you, Codster, if you got stuff you gotta do. Golden Retrievers are teaching us the way. Air Bud. There's no rule in the playbook that says a chainsaw can't play basketball. I mean, I don't see the problem here, dude. Dishes and laundry. Yeah, don't let me distract you, dude. Such a delightful distraction. Well, thank you. Appreciate that, man. Appreciate that. I think there may be a rule about combustibles. That's why I ain't allowed on the core. Oh, no. No, you know what? For real, though, guys, I'm going to bring back the podcast in a big way. I don't know if we're going to do Wednesday nights. In fact, what would you guys think about Friday nights for the podcast? Wouldn't Friday nights be more apropos for something like that anyway? You know, Friday nights, like most people would actually have time to jump on and talk with me. It wouldn't be like in the middle of a work week and we got to like get ready, get done early. So, because I started that schedule when I was off Tuesdays and Wednesdays. What's a podcast? Well, it's a not correct name. It basically is just a talk show. The term podcast is very, and I know you know what it is. I'm just memeing, but the term podcast is just borrowed from Apple because they introduced that as a play on the word broadcast because of the iPod, of course. But it just has become the universal term for a bunch of people sitting around a room talking into this exact microphone. The term has just become podcast. It's like Kleenex is the universal term for facial tissue. Not every tissue is a Kleenex, but everybody calls it a Kleenex. Or like a Frisbee is the universal term for a flying disc, where Frisbee is just a brand name. You know, it's like that type of thing. Podcast is just the universal term for people sitting around talking into a microphone about this and or that, any particular topic. Yeah, Xerox is not a copy, but Xerox was a brand, which I think they're defunct, but yeah. What's another example like that? I'm trying to think. Like a brand that has just become synonymous with the product. Yeah, isn't Tupperware another example? Yeah, Band-Aid, that's a great example, yes. Band-Aid is just a bandage, but it's a brand that is like everybody just calls every single thing that you put over a cut a Band-Aid. Q-tip is a great example, yes. A Q-tip is just a cotton swab, but everybody calls them all a Q-tip. Googling. I copied Anthony Edwards' workout today so I could be jumping out the gym. Oh, you're so... Dude. Ryrog, can I just say, dude? You're actually... I don't know if you realize how funny you are sometimes. You probably do, but dude, some of the shit you say in here, I just think about it all the time when I'm not live. Like, the fucking thing you said about pre-ordering about Woody Allen earlier has got me fucked up. I do not call it Velcro. Oh, what's up, Junkyard? I do not. And the other thing I wanted to say about you, Ryrog, is you were really chill in the Discord the other day and just cool to hang out with. I'm not gonna lie. I like to be honest with people. Back in the day when you were in the watch parties, you could be a little bit obnoxious, and I had to mute you a couple times. But I really appreciated that you were super chill and actually invested in the movie last time. So I just wanted to say, you know, appreciate that, man. You were really cool to hang out with. I do not call it Velcro. I call it hook and loop. Ew. First of all. But Velcro is another example, yeah. You could say command strips too. Like there's a bunch of different brands of like those strips that go on your wall and you hang something up, but command, it was the main like innovator of that. And so everybody calls any of those things a command strip, even if they're not the actual brand of command. And no, I didn't mean that to be like a backhanded compliment, Ryrog. I just meant to say like, you know, I think that was your first few times going into Discord for a watch party, but you've mellowed out a lot. I use 3M for all my office supplies. Every single one of these back here, we hot glued 4 command strips, actual command strips, to the corners and then just placed it on the wall. That's all we did. We had to hot glue it to the foam because it doesn't adhere to the foam very easily, but it adheres to the wall perfectly. So that's how we did all that. I'm actually thinking about changing these, you guys, to a different design, and also trying to change up the lighting a little bit in here because I've had the same lighting forever, but I don't know. You guys tell me there's no need, so maybe I shouldn't fuck with it. I remember one day Sefric and his friends were like, shut up, you definitely wear Velcro shoes. What kind of 1992 insult is that? What the fuck kind of insult is that, dude? Next, you're going to be telling somebody they use bow biters. Now that's a really old reference if you guys remember. The vibe looks good from here. Yeah, I won't mess with it then. Because I trust you. Because I love your lighting too. How you can like see the light coming in from the window. I kind of want that for my space, but unfortunately the way that my room's laid out, I can't really do it. You know, the way that the exposure is on your camera, it looks like the outside of your room is always foggy. The outdoor area, it's really sick looking. Ripping on someone for being a child or a pensioner. What? Like, oh, you mean like how people insult like squeakers on games just because they're young? It's like, dude, they're a fucking kid. What is that? Oh, Velcro shoes. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that. Like Kyle Reese from Terminator, get bent posers. Good lord. Yeah, I think that would be the only, those examples that we already listed would be the only ones. Isn't snapback also? Or is snapback a brand of hat or is it a type of hat? I do it to blow out the light. I love my view and I want to show it off, but that's all it takes. Some of these dudes online. Next thing you know, I'm geolocated and being sent pizzas all day. Yeah. Very true. But no, for real, you guys, I'm going to recommit to the podcast. I think I'm going to start doing it every Friday night because Friday night would be ideal and it would be a lot easier. I'm going to get YOLO slides on. And when he gets his new streaming setup good to go, I think me and him are going to have a really great conversation because he is just he's a really interesting guy. You know, he has brought up some topics I would have never expected on his stream. So I would love to talk to him. Googling bubble wrap and chapstick are big. Oh yeah, chapstick. That's a great point. I use fucking Carmex, but everybody just calls it chapstick. Great point. Yeah. And bubble wrap. Yes. Yeah, we're going to bring back the podcast in a big way. It is going to be called Stamp of Approval again, but we're leaning into it hardcore. And I think Friday night is the correct play. I think Monday and Wednesday should be reserved for gameplay. Friday night for the podcast. And then if we do an additional gameplay stream that week, it'll be Saturday, probably. I need at least one day a week to get into my skate sessions, dude. Because my ultimate goal is to get down to like 170. And that would require me to lose like 40 more pounds. So, give or take. Popsicle, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, because there's like Rocket Pops, and then there's like all kinds of fucking brands make different popsicles, but we just call all of them a popsicle. Yeah. I see most of the YouTube uploads are of this podcast. Yeah, but they're getting like 2 months old now. Like, we haven't done a podcast episode in a hot minute, and I don't even think I uploaded the last 2 because they were just solo episodes that I wasn't very happy with. I'm also very far behind the VOD uploads. I've got to do a lot more of those. Yeah, that kind of would be my goal as well. Like Paul George on his podcast when he's currently in the NBA playoffs. Sharpie is a good point. Yeah, everybody calls whatever black marker a Sharpie. Am I even signed in on Chrome? I am. Okay, sweet. So I'm going to put my following list as another homepage on Chrome. And we'll just make Chrome the de facto stream browser because it has no history of anything on it. So that should be perfect. Use current pages. Sweet. So I'm signed into Twitch and YouTube, but that's it. Everything else is bare bones. Nothing. Dumpster, hula hoop. I'm fixated. Yeah. It's an interesting topic, you know. He also went on his podcast recently in his new Philly uniform. I dug the nightmare fuel thing you've been doing recently. I saw the last VOD and I like the idea of you talking about true crime or horror-based stories. Why not use that as a springboard to talk about stuff with others? Great point. No, seriously, great point. I love the table that Paul George uses where it has skateboard trucks and wheels as like the base of the glass tabletop. That's so sick, dude. Yeah, like true crime is massive, dude. So we could talk about, you know, true crime or you know, anything really in that sense. Oh, Dave and Solid are playing on YOLO stream. Solid is such a good player. Like, bro, why are you copying Kobe's number? Get in the gym. You were a first round exit last year. Yeah, Nightmare Fuel is a segment we used to do all the time. Future Mute. And this is going to sound hilarious coming from me. The reason why I stopped doing it is because it actually made me lose sleep, a couple of them. Like, they were just so fucked up, especially the night, because I didn't know anything about Chris Benoit, the wrestler, and I didn't know anything about that situation. So the night that we watched that one, I don't know if it was just like the mood I was in that night or like something, but it fucked me up big time. So I was like just laying in bed, like fucking sitting, looking at the ceiling, like I am not sleeping tonight. Because if it's fictional, you know, if it's paranormal bullshit, because I know all of it's 95% of it is fake, especially the evidence that's posted online, if it's UFO shit, if it's whatever, all that stuff I'm not worried about. When it comes to true crime that actually occurred, and especially when it comes to like distressed 911 calls, oh yeah, I can't do that shit. That's where I gotta like draw the line. Of course, I could build up a resistance to it, but it's like, why would I want to, you know? Jet ski, trampoline, I'm done. Ping pong. Yeah, ping pong when it's table tennis. Very true. Man, I have so many fucking VODs I need to get uploaded for real, you guys. I have like 17 VODs I need to get up. I know I say that like every single stream, but it's true. I need to just take 2 hours and get totally caught up on all that shit. Because it's really easy to do. I gotta go and make the thumbnails and get applicable stuff. Like, yeah, exactly. It's like, why would I want to desensitize myself to distressed 911 calls that people made just shortly before their disappearances or death? Like, Jesus, man. I don't want to subject myself to that. It's so bad for your mental health. Oh yeah, ping pong is an arcade game, right? You know what I think would be a really great topic for a podcast is like the most controversial streamers that ever got banned. Like Zillion OP being banned for faking having a disability in like 2012, where he faked that he was in a wheelchair and he forgot to move his camera all the way down and walked away, and you could see his reflection in the fucking aquarium behind him that he was walking away. The first home video game console was the Odyssey, right? The Magnavox Odyssey. Could mix it up with copy pastas or internet trolls. Yeah, we could do a whole episode about lol cows, like the concept of a lol cow. Like, what does it mean? How do they come about? Like, how does a person become officially a lol cow? Is there a point at which they officially become labeled as that? Or like, how does that work? To be fair, people in wheelchairs can sometimes walk, but yeah, streamers be dumb sometimes. Yeah, he did have a real car accident, and it did fuck up his lower body for a while, but he failed to disclose, shall we say, that he could actually walk. You know, he kept telling people that he was completely paralyzed, and it turns out that that wasn't even true. So when people found that out, naturally they were like, okay, this guy's a bit fucked. And he got banned very swiftly after that happened. Yeah, it's like Chris Chan. Like there's a whole group. Everybody knows them. Chris Chan, Boogie2988, Wings of Redemption, Darkside Phil, Review Tech USA. It's like the 5 lol cow horsemen, you know? Not only, it's not the 4 horsemen, it's the 5 lol cow horsemen. And then there's like Cyrax and King Cobra JFS. Like you can even add more to that list. Like, how do these people come about? Yeah, the Exodia, the Sinister Six of lol cows. But there's like a few that are elevated above the rest, like Chris Chan, Darkside Phil, Boogie2988, and Wings of Redemption. Those are like the 4 horsemen right there. And then Review Tech USA is like a hair below them, but he's still equally as much of a lol cow, just because he just refuses to stop feeding the trolls and just constantly buries himself into online arguments. And, you know, when he could just take the high road, he just continues to dive deep into online discourse and in the worst way possible. And I say that as somebody who wants the best for everybody. He just really should go back to, I don't know, reviewing tech in the USA. I feel like that might be a good play for him. Being terminally online will just consume your soul. Oh no, it absolutely will. Dude, Twitter is the worst thing you could do for your mental health ever. Like, Twitter is full of so much vitriol and just people taking every word you say and trying to twist it in a way to make you look the worst, you know, to twist it in a way that's so bad faith it makes you look like a criminal just because you had an opinion on something that's completely benign, like a fucking video game. Never seen Pulse before? That's a movie, right? No, I have not seen Pulse. Yeah, Twitter is incredibly toxic, but social media and just being terminally online is like, there's a whole genre that you could argue was created by Keemstar, the whole drama alert thing, where it's like, you know, a YouTuber who does nothing but make YouTube videos shitting on other YouTubers or calling them out for things. It's like, and then other YouTubers call them out for things, and it's just a never-ending drama fest of, skip it. It's just a never-ending drama fest of like YouTubers slamming each other and calling each other out for various stuff. Like, good lord, dude, fucking yawn for real. Yeah, never-ending shit throwing. It's like, who can ratio the other person the hardest on Twitter? Like, haven't you got jobs to go to? Not even trying to be that guy that's like, put down the Obama phones or whatever, but it's like, for real, like, get the fuck off social media if that's all you want to do, man. If your life's goal is ratioing people, you fucked up as a society. And as a human, to be fair. Stay Alive. Yeah, dude. Stay Alive. You die in the game, you die in real life. It also had the guy Misha, whoever, that played like Peter Petrelli in Heroes. God, I had a massive crush on the goth chick in that movie too. Her fucking name was October, and she was a tattoo artist. And there I was just watching, like, enamored. So stupid, dude. We all did? Yeah, so you know what? Solidarity, brothers. Solidarity. Let's go. Hot sauce and codster. You know what? I love how you guys just knew immediately what I was talking about. Solidarity, brothers. This is why I have the best community on Twitch. You guys read my mind. But yeah, for real. Anytime a girl in a movie had like tattoos, black hair, piercings, fishnets, I was just like, oh. You know, every fucking time, it didn't matter. I would rewatch Stay Alive, even though, you know, she unfortunately... Oh, never mind. Well, fuck it. Spoilers. I'd be like, you know... Pretty much, yeah. She has a very untimely death in the movie, but I would rewatch it specifically for her. Goth Simps unite. Let's go. That movie came out in 06. I was like fucking 13 when that came out. Next Stamp watch party. You know, we've actually watched Stay Alive in the Discord before, but I don't think any of the people who joined the current watch parties are there. Or were there at that time, because the community was very different back then. But if you guys want to watch Stay Alive, we'll watch Stay Alive. I'm down, dude. That movie is so terrible, but it's such a fun watch. Like, if you just want to grab a beer and watch a terrible movie, it's awesome for that. If I were to sign up for a draft, excuse me. You go to the recruitment office and they just, you know, the lady doing it has like face piercings and tats and everything. And you're like, sign me up. Just because you don't want to disappoint her. That's like the ultimate simp. Saw it in theaters and that was the last time. I'm down. Sweet. Hell yeah, let's do it. Awful fucking movie, but we're going to do it. Salt actually gave me the idea for the next movie as well. After Stay Alive, let's watch the Forbidden Siren movie. Or the movie based on the Siren games. That would be a great idea. Yes, that's an excellent idea. As long as we get some subtitles, dude, I'm good. I'm sure it's been subtitled officially. And I want to see it. It's a movie based on Forbidden Siren. The games. Sick Boy's a goth simp too. Dude, we're all like-minded. Oh, we are so like-minded. This whole community, it's like we're kindred spirits, you know? I wish I didn't. Oh, my simping days are over. But, you know. Those days are long behind me. I would much rather, like, dude, when I realize how much time I wasted simping, it's like, dude, I could have been in the middle of a parking lot practicing switch flips and trays and kick flips and front side, backside 180s, but instead I was too busy simping in college. So much wasted time, dude. He said, I'm only human, of flesh and blood, but I made. Sorry. Had that on my 80s playlist the other day from the Human League. Like the Shane Gillis joke, simping isn't a yes or no thing. It's more like, well, how hungry are you right now? Well, it's not a, yeah. The funniest things are the truest ones, but that's very true. Like, it depends on how, like, starved you are for contact, or if you've been single for a long time, you're going to simp incredibly hard. But if you're not in that mindset, you won't give a fuck. And you won't give anybody the attention they're trying to get from you. Very, very true. Oh no, I don't know. That's a much newer version. I would sing an 80s song because I'm old as fuck. And every day growing up in my house was 80s ballads and shit playing. My parents always had fucking Billy Joel and Barry Manilow and fucking Supertramp, that type of stuff. Although Supertramp's more 70s. Alan Parsons Project was a big one. Yeah, my dad was into all that shit. It's true though. I mean, you know, once you've been in and out of a few relationships, that kind of goes away. And you stop caring so much about simping like that. But I think it definitely is rooted in desperation. I think that's without a doubt. What's that? The personification of my unreasonable expectations? Well, yes, ma'am, I can and will go away. Yeah, for real. See, I still don't get simping. Like, we all had those photos on their phone or their favorite posters on their wall. You know the ones. But how do you get to the point where you're spending thousands of dollars of your money to get them to say hi to a nickname that comes up on the right side of the screen? I know, dude. That's why the term down bad exists. When you get to that point, that's not just bad. That's like catastrophic. You are down fucking catastrophic at that point. Like spending thousands, like there was that whole story. I think it actually turned out to be debunked, but there was a whole story about a guy like spending his life savings on a girl's OnlyFans. Like, why would you do that? And she like flew him out and they just took a picture where he's like doing the peace sign. It's like, bro, you're a dumbass. You gave away your life savings so she would fly you out just to say hi. What is your problem, dude? Yeah, I don't get it at a certain point. And plus, I think as you get older, like you find fulfillment in things differently. Like, you know, look, this is an 18 plus stream, so I'll just say it. Like, sex is kind of similar to what you were talking about. Like, it's sort of a how hungry are you type situation. Like, I heard this quote once and I forget who the fuck said it, but it's like, if your fridge is always full of food, you know, you're not going to be wanting to eat as much because like it's available at any point. Like if you've been in a relationship for a while and you're fairly sexually active in that relationship, you stop really giving a fuck about it. It's not like a desperation, I need this right now. It's like this happens frequently enough that I'm not really worried about it. You know what I mean? And then your whole priorities in life just shift to other things and you're not just so one-track minded about sex anymore. When the desire for a positive word or glance is worth more than money, there's a better way to build self-worth. Fuck it, man. Let's go bowling. For real. Like, learn a new skill. You know, pick up a new hobby or something. It'll be infinitely more fulfilling than that bullshit. Yeah, that one thing apparently was a fake story to gain attention to an OF, but the thing is that it's not even an uncommon occurrence. The gimmick was that he was supposed to be a dude on a defunct MTV show, and that's why it picked up. Yeah. If you're starving, you'll be happy to have a leather shoe to boil. Exactly. Yeah, if you're starving, you will be desperate for sex, but if you're not, then it's not that big of a deal to you. You know what I mean? So it all just depends on like what you do and how often you have it. Depends on how desperate you are for it. Very similar to food. And I will say, you guys, one of the best things you can do for your mental health is start fasting. It helps you be so much more in control of your eating habits if you just really diligently fast. I've been doing 30-hour fasts followed by 6 hours of eating. I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about. You know what? Neither do I. I'm just saying stuff. I'm just a nerdy ass, generic Twitch streamer with glasses, and I'm just saying things into a camera and a microphone, and you know what? They may not make any sense, but that's just what I'm saying. Everyone has their vices. Oh, for sure, yeah, but you know, some people may say this is a me issue, but I don't think sex is all it's cracked up to be most times. The post-nut clarity. Very real concept with a silly fucking name, but it's a very real concept. Like the moment you finish, so to speak, it's like, holy shit, why did I work so hard for that? You know what I mean? Sometimes with the wrong person. You know, if it's the right person, you don't end up feeling that way. But if it's the wrong person, you're like, Jesus, that was not worth it. You know what I mean? You're not oh no, it's just my style of humor. I like self-deprecate. I'm a Conan O'Brien. I grew up on Conan O'Brien, so that's my style of humor. The story was made up so people would buy it, like, oh, if he's blowing his life savings on it, this shit gotta be fire. Yeah, pretty much. And there was also, we've gotten so far into this podcast meta that people are faking being on podcasts now. There was a girl who made a clip that absolutely blew up where she's like, oh, I keep my boyfriend's balls drained, or just some stupid conversation where she's like, if he does this for me, I jerk him off in the car, and just talking about giving him like 8 hand jobs a day. And everybody's like, see, this is the ideal woman. They're all sharing this clip, and it looks like she's on a podcast, and because she's sitting in front of a mic that's on a stand and she's talking into it, and everybody's like, what podcast is this from? Where's the full podcast? Where's it at? And it turns out she faked being on a podcast and was just bullshitting it for like a TikTok video to try to get attention for her OF. Like, what the fuck? So we've gotten to the point where people are staging being on podcasts to try to get their clips to go viral. Like, the meta is just evolving in bullshittier ways every day that goes by. Oh god, don't even get me started on the fucking Hawk Tua thing. A drunk girl said something dumb into the mic and was just clearly drunk and having a good time. And oh my god, dude. Like, it's just so old. It's gotten so fucking old and people will not stop talking about it. Off the rails now, might be time to go. What do you mean? Once we start bringing Hawk Tua is like skibbity toilet for millennials. What in the fuck is this conversation right now? Like, they had her on a fucking podcast asking her, would you Hawk Tua this person? Would you Hawk Tua this person? I'm like, dude, we are actually living in the movie Idiocracy now at this point. We've got Power Slap as a legitimate sport. We've got podcasts where they're asking this girl which dicks she would or would not spit on. Like, my god, dude, what a devolved, what about the fucking devolution of society? My god. Fucking Power Slap, yeah, for real. Concussion sports, let's go. Yeah, give each other permanent brain damage and never recover. Fucking just crazy times we're living in, dude. Have you guys seen that video? I don't remember what it's called. There's a fucking video of somebody driving through like the Hollywood Boulevard area of LA, and it's like everywhere you look, there's fucking TikTokers just dancing and doing this shit, and it's like, this is society now. People just go into LA all over this, just riddled everywhere on the streets they can find a spare space, and they set up their phone and start fucking dancing. That's our lives now. Influencers as far as the eye can see. My god, what a fucked up society we live in, dude. Like the fucking Addison Rays of the world and the D'Amelios, like just a bunch of rich Zoomers dancing on their phones all over LA. Yeah, LA is like a caricature of modern capitalism and always has been, but especially now it feels like it's been super exacerbated by social media bullshit. LA and New York City are the biggest, but of course, like, San Francisco is the ultimate irony. Like, you've got Twitter or X headquarters, whatever, I refuse to call it X, but you got like the Twitter headquarters with incredibly wealthy people. And then right outside of the Twitter headquarters is like a bunch of fentanyl addicted homeless people that literally looks like a zombie apocalypse that you have to wade to get to your incredibly expensive and wealthy building. You know? It's so fucked up and ironic the way that San Francisco is just a shithole right now. Like, it's just a horrific place to live because of everything going on there. And it's like the cost of living is like insane. It's the highest cost of living in all the US. Like, you would probably have to pay like $3,000 a month for a studio apartment in San Francisco. Not even kidding. Washington has a lot of stuff, but it seems more mature, I think. I don't know. Seattle's fucked up too. Yeah, isn't Portland, Oregon also in a similar situation where there's like a bunch of fentanyl addicts everywhere? It's so fucked up to see, man. It's just sad. People can use AI in harmful ways, but AI itself isn't even alive. Well, yeah. I mean, AI could be shut down, but you know that there's going to be one. Here's my thing. Elon Musk has talked about this and Mark Zuckerberg has talked about this, but like, why are we so obsessed with advancing AI as quickly as we possibly can? We're in like this bizarre, super accelerated arms race about who can develop the most powerful AI. There's ChatGPT and fucking Gronk, and there's like 4 or 5 other. Like, what is the deal? Why are we trying so hard to advance this as fast as we possibly can? Do you guys not understand the gravity of how dangerous this can be if it goes too far? Why is like AI video advancing at an alarming rate every day? Like, geez, man, it is fucking scary when you really think about it. Because, I mean, we're pretty much on the cusp of deep fakes that are undiscernible from real footage. And just being able to type into a website, XQC robbing a liquor store. And then there you go. It generates a video of XQC robbing a liquor store. And then all of a sudden TMZ picks up the story and fucking Dexerto picks up the story. And there will be, you'll have to constantly fight disinformation and have alibis for everything. So it's fucking scary, man. We're very, very close to that being an everyday occurrence. And what's a good way to have an alibi everywhere you go? More surveillance. Because if the phone can detect where you are at all times, all throughout the day, that can be your alibi. Or whatever, I don't know, a chip or some bullshit, I don't know. They're gonna have to start tracking us like fucking cats and dogs, Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk, why do you guys want to advance AI so badly? You fucking idiots. Also them, racing to create the greatest and most powerful AI. Elon specifically making a fake news AI that only reports the alt-right perspective, aka his idea of neutral. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, the hypocrisy of it is what gets me. Like, they talk about the fact that it's dangerous publicly, but privately, they're fucking just speed running that shit to try to get the most, you know what I mean? It's like, what? So if you understand the gravity of it and the danger involved with it, why are you working so hard behind the scenes to advance it? It's so two-faced. But gee, tech or like business owners being two-faced, I would have never expected that. Who would have ever thought that such a thing would exist? If the world must end, would you rather be in control of the red button? True. Yeah, true. Well, and there's also, like, big companies get exposed all the time for shady shit. Like, remember when Apple was slowing down phones? So, Joe Rogan had talked about this, and a few other people had talked about this, but they're like, this was strictly anecdotal. They're like, it seems like whenever they announce the new phone, my phone starts slowing down. Is that just me? Am I crazy? And some people are like, yeah, you're just crazy. That's not real. But some people are like, no, it is absolutely real. Like, I have empirical, tangible evidence that this is real. And then people started going to drop some class action lawsuits saying, yeah, we know that this is happening. Right. No, that's correct, Hot Sauce. But Apple was denying it. They were denying it and doubling and triple and quadrupling, whatever you want, septupling down, and saying, no, we under no circumstances slow your phone down. There is no planned obsolescence. We believe the iPhone is a strong product that can last for years with high performance and all the other marketing buzzword bullshit they could possibly muster. Then all of a sudden, a bunch of class action lawsuits were getting drawn up and they had legitimate evidence that this was indeed happening. Then Apple does a quick 180 and says, okay, yes, we do slow your phones down, but it's for your own safety so the battery doesn't explode. So it wasn't whether or not it was happening, it was the dishonest way that they handled it is what annoyed people. It was just the super dishonest way that they were going about having that conversation, you know? And then Google also did the same thing, saying, you know, no, we don't sell user data. It turns out that that's their primary business model. They turned around and said, well, yeah, of course we sell user data. You guys didn't know that? You guys didn't know that that's how a search engine makes its money? Acting like we were the idiots? Like, you denied doing this a week ago. What are you on about? And then, you know, Apple's been doing this for a long time. Remember the iPhone 4, when if you held it in your left hand, the signal would start disappearing within a matter of seconds and it would drop your calls? Well, you know, Apple did a whole ass press conference. And you know what the title of the press conference was? You're holding it wrong. It's not that our product is poorly designed. You're not using it correctly. Oh, gee, I wish I would have thought of that. Remember when Apple was illegally pumping toxic waste into the air of the suburbs surrounding one of its factories, like directly into their company housing? I don't remember that, but that seems on brand, sadly. Also, if you guys didn't know, do you remember Air Power? Apple Air Power. So they were going to release this product called Air Power. And what it was going to do, is this still Chrome? God damn it, dude, I keep forgetting to open Chrome. Okay. What? Oh, okay. So Air Power, this is what Air Power was. It was, let me also, okay. So Air Power was supposed to be a charging base, like a wireless charging pad, and you were supposed to be able to put multiple products on it at once. Like, here's where they showed it, and this was announced, I think, in 2017. Yeah. And what they marketed this as was like your one-stop device to charge all of your equipment in one shot. Like, you can put your phone on it, you can put your AirPods that are wirelessly chargeable, you can put your watch, everything. You can just lay on this and charge. So it turns out, when they announced this, they hadn't even finished testing it. But this was way after the airport. I think the airport existed a long time before this. But it turns out they weren't able to make this into a successful product because the housing was too small and the coils would get too hot. Because if you're trying to charge multiple things, you guys know, if you charge your phone, it gets warm. Like, really warm. If you're charging it from like 1% to 100, it gets warm. So imagine charging 3 devices on a small pad like this. It was too much heat. And so the coils would heat up too much. And if they were to run them in a way that they were a lot cooler and didn't have that issue, the charging would be too slow for it to be considered acceptable. They'd have to charge for like 3 hours if you have all 3 products here. So it didn't work. Like, basically they could not get it to work to align with what they had announced, so they just canceled it. Did they make a big announcement saying, unfortunately, everyone, Air Power has been canceled? No, they tried to sweep it under the rug and just never talked about it. Like, never. I don't think they've ever even once even mentioned this product. That all they do is just pretend that it never existed. And that's like the type of company that they are. They just pretend that their failures never happen and that they only ever put out 5-star gold products. Very dishonest the way that they handled this whole thing. Like right here. Immediately after another media event in September 2018, Apple removed almost all mentions of Air Power from its website. Several development issues, heat management, inter-device communication and speed, and mechanical and interference issues all being rumored. The main engineering issue came from including coils for 2 charging standards, as the Apple Watch uses a non-Qi standard. Something about the multi-coil design getting too hot, way too hot. It could never work thermally. Okay? Could never work thermally. So over time, they just kept slowly removing any mention of this from all their websites. And then they just pretended like it never happened. So very, very dishonest company, the way that they handle situations like that. You know? And again, it was less to do with what was discovered and more to do with the shitty way that they handled it. So it disappeared into thin air. No chi standard. This is a chi house, a chia house. Yes, that's what people that want wireless charging want, is for you to have to place all your devices onto the same small area at the same time and not use any of them. Yeah. Yeah, they're a very bizarre company. Ever since Steve Jobs died, they've been on a very weird trajectory, but they did some crazy stuff while he was working for them, but like they've made a lot of fuck ups. Remember when Apple Maps was so bad that it would send you the polar opposite direction even in big cities? Because they ended their contract with Google Maps, and so they made a proprietary Apple Maps, and it was like horrific in the beginning. Like the directions were atrocious and nobody could get to where they actually needed to get. It was so bad, dude. They ended up firing that guy named Scott Forstall over it too. Some people are also very superstitious, like thinking TikTok is a national security threat. I mean, it's no more of a threat than any other fucking app you use. Like Apple Maps is probably one of the worst mistakes they've made in the history of the iPhone, if not the number one mistake. I mean, it was unusable. It was sending people to the wrong places. It was causing accidents. It was fucking everybody up. It was so bad. Well, yeah, like I said, Ryrock, TikTok is no more a security threat or a spying, a spying channel than any other app you sign the terms of service of on your phone. Almost every time if you're agreeing to terms of service, they're basically saying we will sell your data to advertisers to make money. And it's like, what am I going to do? Disagree and then not use the app? Agree. So it's like, there you go. Nobody reads that shit. It's not causing loss of life, but it sucks. What do you mean? The Apple Maps thing? Well, this was like 2000. When that happened, it was like 2012. It was whenever the iPhone 5 came out that happened. Get that terms of service add-on. It's like when you set up a new phone, like the iPhone gives you a big terms of service, and then you just get a big blue button at the bottom that says agree or disagree. Guess what happens when you press disagree? You cannot use this iPhone until you agree. What are you going to do? Agree, One sec, I gotta blow my nose. Yeah, there's a lot of fucked up stuff that gets live streamed on TikTok, dude. It's crazy. Terms of service didn't read add-on. Oh, really? There's an app for that? What does it do? Does it like show you the main points? Because there's a lot of stuff in fine print too that, unless you really want to dedicate like hours of your life to read it all. But I'll tell you one thing, you know what they all have at the end? Apple or whatever company, whether it's Microsoft or Apple or whoever, they'll always say at the end, insert company here reserves the right to make any changes we see fit to abide, as new standards become, basically saying we reserve the right to change shit whenever we feel like it. And you'll have to re-agree to it. But if you don't agree, then you can't use your phone. It's like when grandma tells you about the trash truck running late or the rain yesterday or the grocery store being out of milk. It's what all she has going on, so she's going to talk about it. But yeah. I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like, I'm just so fucking sick of social media and the way that it operates. I really am. I'm so fucking sick of it. Like, I don't use Twitter anymore. I haven't posted anything on Facebook in probably 2 years. Literally, the only reason why I even have Facebook activated is because some older people in my family don't have phones and they just message on Facebook all the time. So it's like the only way that I can keep in touch with some aunts and uncles and shit. And grandparents. If it wasn't for that, I would have deleted that shit long ago. Oh no, I know you were referring to the war TikToks, yeah. But I don't know. You know, it's one of those things, like, I just feel, I swear, this is so hard to explain because some people are just going to be like, you're pretty good. Some people are just going to say, like, you're a pussy, or you don't have the balls, or, you know, you're too, you know, scared to put your opinion out there. But it's like, even entering that space, it's like the fucking gulag, you know? Even entering any online discourse, whatever you say will in fact be twisted to make you look like a horrific person. Even if, no, what you're saying is perfectly reasonable, it will be twisted to make you look like an awful person. And then people start like skimming your social medias and trying to find all your shit and trying to dox you. And it's just so much easier to just not even play that game, you know? Just stay out of that altogether. Or if you do post anything, it has to be the most vanilla, benign, hey, I am live. Here is link to me being live. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be something where there's no opinions or insertion of personal feelings or anything. It has to be the most benign shit imaginable. If you want to stay completely out of that whole sphere. You know what I mean? Yeah, the only winning move is not to play. Exactly. That's kind of what I said in the whole Silent Hill 2 remake Angela situation. Like, and that taught me another lesson. Like, I inserted my opinion, even saying multiple times that I don't want to be a part of the arguing discourse. I just wanted to share what I thought about it. And people said that I was being a DEI apologist, and they said that I was, you know, simping for a game that I know nothing about, and like I have no respect for the source material, and like, it's like, bro, you can't even not play. You can't even not play the game because you'll be dragged kicking and screaming into it anyways. You could literally stand there in front of someone and say, I am not going to have an opinion about this. And then they turn it around and say, oh, so you're a pussy? And this is how you feel about it? You don't have the balls to say your opinion? It's like, no, I just know what you're going to do. And you're going to twist it and twist my words and make me look like something that I'm not. Like, Jesus, man. It's like Rule 34. If it's a person online, they are wrong, and you have to make sure they feel like the lost something, IDK. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking weird, man. But that's just the way it works, you know? It's like, you can never really get out of those unscathed. You just pretty much have to accept that somebody's going to dunk on you and ratio you. Like, just people that worry about ratios and interactions and shit. It's like, I just feel like that's such a menial thing to worry about in life. Like, I would so much rather be working on myself and like spending time with Bridget and talking to friends. Like, it's like, I actually feel kind of sad for people that live and tweet like 60 times a day and like their whole existence is just to dunk on others on Twitter. Seriously, that's just like, man, what a sad existence those people live. And it's always like that too. Like the ones who tweet the most and have those tweets that go viral for dunking on people are usually the ones where you go to their profile and they're tweeting in excess of 50 to 60 times a day. Like living on the app. And that's like all they do. Man, what a fucking sad life that must be. Glued to the phone screen, doom scrolling 24/7. I would honestly rather... Never mind, I was going to say something really stupid. But, let's just say, not a fan, to put it lightly. I thought before I talked, you know, the filter got activated, but you get the idea. So, I'd rather shit in my hands and clap. You'd rather play Silent Hill Homecoming again. Yeah, I would rather play Silent Hill Homecoming and Downpour on a loop for 2 straight years as the ultimate meme challenge than participate in that. Can you imagine if I did that, by the way? Nothing but Homecoming and Downpour for 2 straight years? Oh my god. Imagine how that would feel even by the end of the first week. Be so sick of it. I would basically be forced to start speedrunning if that were the case. Jeez, that'd be so fucking miserable. But I don't know, man. So, Nightmare Fuel's coming back in a big way. The podcasts are coming back in a big way. But I gotta tell you guys, sometimes there are nights where as much as I feel like playing a game, I just love talking. You know what I mean? And I think you guys can tell that. I don't lie to myself anymore. In the past, I would be like, I wish we played something tonight. But the reality is some nights I really just prefer to talk and kind of just conversate with you guys. Or converse. Sorry. Future corrected me because I said conversate in my video. And he's like, it's converse. So now that's been in the back of my head anytime I use the word conversate. Imagine being forced to play RE1 Director's Cut for a year. Oh, Jesus. Homecoming and Downpour, but on your birthdays as a treat, you get to play some Origins. Oh, wow. I know. I'm just messing with you, Future. I'm just messing with you, dude. We got to do a round 2 on our podcast as well. You know, like the first one was so fun, but I feel like there were a little bit of nerves, understandably, because like we didn't really know how we were going to click and gel in like a real conversation. We got to do a round 2, man, with a whole new set of topics, you know. We can talk about media, we can talk about true crime, we can talk about Nightmare Fuel, podcasting, whatever. I remember you correcting me about RE1 not being the game with the clowns farting music, and it was the director's cut. Yeah. Actually, I think that's called the DualShock edition, is it not? It might be both. Downpouring is worse because the cutscenes aren't skippable. Yeah, that's true. The cutscenes aren't skippable. There's a checkpoint system, but like you can't, once you beat the game, you should be able to jump to certain sections of the game, but you can't. You have to just go by checkpoints. It's really weird. Very, very bizarre. I don't know what the point is of that, but that's how it is. But yeah, we're going to have guests on big time because, man, some of those streams, when I had She and I had Future and I had Dave and like you guys were active in the chat. You guys were talking the whole time, asking great questions. Like those conversations became totally dynamic and new things that I hadn't even considered to ask about started coming up. When I had John on, like every one that I've had with a guest has been so fucking fun because of that. So we got to do that more. And the only way for me to get better at being an interviewer is to do more. So that's definitely something I need to work on. And one thing I noticed is I need to shut up and let people talk a little bit more, but I think everybody has that problem when they're first starting out. Anyways, with that being said, YOLO's still live. So if you guys want to go hang out with YOLO, Lariat Tubman is his name on Twitch. I appreciate that, Future. Lariat Tubman is his name on Twitch. If it's a YouTube video, you can just send it, but if you want to post it in the Discord, that's fine too. He's a good dude. Oh, okay. It says he has a followers or subscriber only chat, but he'll be on the podcast soon enough anyway. So if you guys want to go hang out with him, and yeah. So I'm gonna break the chains on room 302. If you guys want to join the Discord, here's the link for that. And I'm gonna be skating a lot tomorrow, but I would still also like to go live again. And we may actually play a video game this time. But one thing I am going to do immediately after I end is upload a lot of VODs. So let's break those chains in 3, 2, 1.